Yeah, no, I liked it. It was admittedly really cool seeing everyone's names there. I know most likely if it would have stayed on, it probably would have been another 10-15 minutes. We probably would have seen Ultra pop in there as well. But it was cool flying around and seeing like Vayvictus and all that. I should clarify because I just started the YouTube stream. So we're getting back into where we left off with the Stardew Valley Tileman Challenge, where I have to buy access to each and every tile on the map. We did just finish a play test of Spacecraft on the Twitch stream and all that stuff, which is why I'm talking about that. That'll probably come up a bunch during this, but that is just the nature of streaming and all that. But for those who missed last time, we did get the glorious box. We have a box that I don't have to carry everything. We are making a pretty good amount of money. I'm getting enough money to buy somewhere in the ballpark of around, like... Oh, I forget. We did the math. It was somewhere in the area of, like, 6 or so tiles per harvest, which is pretty good. We still don't have access to Scarecrow, which has been a pain, because I just keep getting all my crops destroyed. It's ending up being about one crop per, like, 4 days, 5 days, roughly, which is not eating into our bottom line that much. But as you can see, we got all this sorted. We began our journey towards Clint, but it is just taking us a while to unlock all the tiles one by one. And I'm imagining it's probably going to be like 50 or so tiles to reach Clint. Maybe a bit more than that. That's just a wild guess, because I'm imagining it's probably about 20-ish tiles down. Let's see, did you have to reset, or did you reset the map when season changed? You swear you remember more being unlocked. If you're talking... So, yesterday we had to do a reset right at the beginning of the stream of this. The mod I was using wasn't properly made for 1.6. So it worked fine while we were playing, but then when I stopped and I closed the save and then reopened the save, when I reopened the save, there was stuff like... The tiles I unlocked were not correct. Like, I got tiles I wasn't supposed to have, and I lost tiles I was supposed to. So before that stream, luckily, I noticed that, because I was getting prepared plenty early, because I was going to add on a second mod, and I hadn't gotten to that part yet. But, with that, what ended up happening is, you know, I noticed the problems there, and so I just started working on that, and I found a much, I would say, better mod. It's harder, but it's way more fleshed out, and it has a lot more functionality to it. So, like the other mod, the literal only way to unlock tiles was purely cash. Copious amounts of cash. And the prices would go up, but not that dramatically. And it honestly didn't feel like that hard. This one, the price of the tiles are going up way faster. To the point where we have our tiles cost $1,000 a tile already. But this one does have a little bit of an olive branch that comes with that, in that there are more ways than just cash to get tiles. Like, to give you an example, for each person we introduced ourselves to the first time, we got 1 tile. And I got a couple left I haven't been able to introduce myself to because I don't have access to any of the areas they pass through. But we are down to just a couple. When we finish certain quests, they'll give us a couple of tiles. Certain milestones, like maxing out a skill, will give us a bunch of tiles. And you get the idea. But as well as things that objectively, this is the harder of the two mods. But where the other one, it kind of discouraged you from doing anything that wasn't specifically money. This one, there's going to be a point where the cost of tiles is going to get high enough that it will start justifying... Like... It'll be like, okay, no, I should start working on the friendship because the tiles are now $10,000. I should go get a friendship so I can get my 5, 10, 15, whatever the tiles are per friendship. Because sprinklers can't come soon enough. Yeah, we're getting close, though. I've talked to you already, right, Robin? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I talked to you. If you need any buildings on your farm upgrade, just ask. Yeah, because these are all the people who are coming in for there. We already met up with Kent. Yeah, because if I'm not mistaken, the ones we haven't talked to met, is we haven't talked to the wizard, we haven't talked to Linus, we haven't talked to Jas, we haven't talked to Willy. I technically haven't talked to Pierre because he's standing behind his counter and I can't quite reach him. We haven't talked to Alex or Penny. We haven't talked to Vincent. We haven't talked to Pam. We haven't talked to Demetrius. We haven't talked to Clint, Shane, or Sebastian. We have a lot of people we haven't talked to yet. But my expectation is if we can get that path just a little bit farther south, then the bar comes in range. And that'll make it so I can catch Sebastian, Clint, Willy, and a bunch of the others who you know, go to the bar from time to time. Penny will still be a tricky one, but as we start working our way to the right, where the museum is, I catch Penny crossing that bridge. And then I believe Pam... Actually, with what we've got open, I believe we can catch Pam. So the problem is Pam shops at Jojamart. She doesn't go... Both Pam and Penny, I believe, will go to Jojamart, whereas I don't have access to that. I have access to Pierre. So anyone who doesn't go to Pierre's, I don't get a chance to catch them on their shopping trips. So we'll definitely want to get towards the, Oh, right, I should be checking the trash can. We've got access to one of the trash cans now. Alright, so we got our first tree that we planted. Has grown. I want to stay on top of this, because this should fall to where I can reach most of the wood from my porch. Okay, we did get a replacement seed. Alright, so there's one... Oh, no, I was able to get the sap, because I had the one top of the mailbox. Let's drop off the wood. Oh, actually, for that matter, give me your sap, man. Okay, you take 7 days to grow, so we still got a little bit more time before we're going to be unable to, we have a little bit more time before we're going to have crops that we'll be unable to harvest in time. Okay, so I need more seeds. No, wait, no I don't. I got a couple more seeds here. Because we're at that stage, I gotta be watchful. So I need one more seed. There. Let's see, you've been asleep since Friday. How goes this challenge? It's going good. Yeah, so it looks like I'm only short on one seed. And as I mentioned, we're at the point in this run where, or this season, we want to be really careful about what we plant. And the reason we need to be really careful about what we plant is we've only got about just over 10 days left of the season. Oh, sorry, the planting is fine. I need to be careful about how many seeds I buy. Because, for example, if I go and I buy another stack of 10 seeds, unless I get some more of these poppies to pop out in the next day or two, the poppies take 7 days to grow. So you can do the math on that one, where if it takes more than like 3-4 days for us to get our next poppy harvest, we run into the problem that then I've got a bunch of poppy seeds that I can't plant and have them grow in time. So that'll just be kind of a loss. But the good news is, we got a bunch of this money coming in. That's actually one consideration. So one thing we're going to probably do, we're probably going to hold off, I think, on buying more tiles. Do we want to do that yet? Basically, I'm trying to make sure we keep enough money in the reserve so that when we hit fall, right away at the beginning of the season, I have plenty of money to just chuck down a whole bunch of crops. And then afterwards, all the surplus would go into, you know, getting more tiles. But we still have 11 days left of the season, so we're not that close. Oh, I can... One second, we can unpin this. And I will need to quickly go over here to time-based, and we can turn off that timer. So that way it's not spamming things the whole this part of the stream. Yeah, no, I'm glad for multiple reasons. I'm glad they sponsor the stream. One, obviously it helps pay the bills. But that's the kind of game I could have easily overlooked. And very much, Spacecraft does feel like it's going to be a game to keep an eye on. Got bills to pay, yeah. No, because very genuinely, like, now that we're not on the sponsorship thing, like, I'm not told I can't talk about other games, but I usually try and not be too much about that, because, you know, it's generally not great when you're trying to promote someone's product to be talking about other, like, the direct competitors and all that. I like No Man's Sky a lot. Did you just say StarCraft? Spacecraft. Spacecraft. If I said StarCraft, it was a mistake. But very genuinely, like, I really like No Man's Sky. But, I've also really liked having more down-to-earth sci-fi stuff. Like, I really played... Elite Dangerous, for example, is one of my most played games of all time. I haven't played in a very, very long while, ever since they added the space legs. Because for me, I cared about the spaceship part. The space legs didn't mean anything to me. Like, being able to walk down and do first-person shooter stuff, I'm like, that's... Why is this first-person shooter garbage in my space game? Which ended up being a correct decision, not because of anything wrong with necessarily the space legs, but when that came out in Elite Dangerous, it was pretty half-baked. It was very, very not well implemented. So it was, I believe, 2 spots we had here, right? I see the one there. We got the one there. That one's filled in here. I only see the one spot. I think we only have the one spot. Okay. So I need one seed there. I can't buy seeds. It's Wednesday. So ignore all that. We're not visiting Pierre. Pierre's not open. Oh, I need to clean up this. Or we'll start losing crops to the grass getting in here. But yeah, it's like very much... I enjoy No Man's Sky, but I actually like games that are pretty grounded too. I think there's a place for both type things. And with No Man's Sky, so much of it is around just the storylines of like Nada and all that, and getting to the center of the galaxy to do all that kind of stuff, the Atlas and the mystery around it and whatnot. And that's a lot of fun from like the story narrative side of things. And then that game, it's very, very arcadey in the way a lot of that works. The flight model in Spacecraft was similar to No Man's Sky in the way like it turned and all that. It's a little easier for me to fly with the not having where it's what your mouse is relative to middle. I know that'll be a problem when we get into combat with it being not relative to middle, because then when you need to turn, you're going to be going like this. I'm really hoping that, like, when it comes to the weapon system, either A, because of where they're on the ship, that they'll just be turreted. So instead of, like, No Man's Sky, where you try and, like, get your crosshairs on it and you're dealing with trying to get it facing the correct direction and all that with mouse and keyboard, which I'm pretty openly not happy with No Man's Sky space combat. It's fine. Like, it's not like, oh, this is so terrible, I never want to play this game or anything like that. But it's definitely one of the things that when you're looking at No Man's Sky, it's like, this is, to me, a significant negative. Alright, so that's 1, 2. Did I have a second poppy in there? We have time for another round. Oh, it'll be 3 seeds I'll need. But yeah, so it is definitely one of those ones that I'm like very open, like I'm not happy with the flight model in No Man's Sky. It's fine, I can manage it and be successful with it, but I end up definitely using the, where you can kind of like, you know, like, I can manage it where I can kind of like I end up using the auto-targeting thing because I find the flying very frustrating. So anything that innovates there would be great. And I understand, like, it's not meant to be a proper spaceflight sim where you get out your HOTAS and all that kind of stuff. But even then, it's always... The space flight combat has always been one of the parts of No Man's Sky that I indulge in it, but it's also one of those things that if they literally just removed it from the game, I'd probably just shrug and be like, okay then. Let's see, No Man's Sky never advertised itself as a decent X-Wing or versus TIE fighter either. Yeah, no, that's the thing. No Man's Sky's marketing has been primarily around exploration, like on the ground doing that kind of stuff. And I do think it does a very good job with that. And I think that's one of the big differentiating characteristics between the spacecraft and No Man's Sky, is while on the surface they have a lot of overlap and a lot of similarities, I do think No Man's Sky's focus is primarily on, you know, go scan the creatures, craft, upgrade your ship. Like that kind of thing. Like, you got your base building and all that kind of stuff as well, but a lot of it is literally exploring and seeing all the weird, you know, weird world gen kind of stuff it comes up with. You know, getting your credits, your nanites, and then having just that progression loop. Now, with spacecraft, obviously there wasn't a bunch of life forms because it's a more grounded thing. The planets we saw were kind of just barren rock. They are adding a bunch later, but they're not in the playtest yet. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. They're just not in the playtest yet, which is fine. It's an alpha playtest. That's totally reasonable. It seems like it's going to be a lot more about, you know, upgrading your ship. Not in the sense of you get a module that upgrades nearby modules kind of thing, but genuinely crafting better mining lasers, doing all that stuff. So a little bit more traditional, you know, more traditional kind of upgrade path for like a survival crafter kind of game, but space. And that there's going to be a lot around that. Ultimately, they still kind of overlap in the, you're incrementally upgrading your ship and its utility function and all that. But I do think they have very different approaches. I also kind of like the crafting a lot in this one. And one thing I do like is, it doesn't have No Man's Sky inventory management. Because the inventory management in No Man's Sky is another place that I find very frustrating. Hey, friendly neighbor. Thank you for the bit. I do appreciate. But yeah. What is the best space fighter game now? You wish you had more based on The Expanse. That would be outstanding. I mean, I personally have not played, I've not played Star Citizen. I hear it's got an exceptionally good flight model. Elite Dangerous is pretty good with their space flight. I find that to be a lot of fun. Just going in and out of flight assist and, you know, just flanking other ships and all that stuff. What's your favorite game? That depends. What specific second in time is it? The phase of the moon, the temperature outside. Did the groundhog see its shadow? I'm basically being silly, but ultimately it's kind of just saying the comment of just, I don't really look at games of having a favorite because I bounce around so often. So it's kind of like the argument is, was my favorite game? Probably not what I'm playing right now, like as a joke, because it'll be something different. Let's see, you like the idea No Man's Sky inventory until they stop being card-shaped. No, it's not unique anymore. Card-shaped. I'm trying to think, because I played No Man's Sky from the very beginning. I'm trying to think. Card-shaped. My big issue with No Man's Sky's inventory is just, once you start getting a decent number of items, it becomes pretty unmanageable. Because you'll be like, oh, I just need to go and craft a metal plate. Let me scroll through 30 screens to try and find it. Yeah, so they need some kind of, like, where you can group stuff to be a little bit better. I know they have the different tabs, but, like, group different stuff a little bit better. When materials are the same, instead of showing me multiple instances of them, just show me the material, broadly speaking. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do I really want to spend that much money to reach a trash can? 6, 7, 8. Okay, so Friday we goes there. Let's see, No Man's Sky needs some respect. That you're on a PC screen, not a mobile one, and let me see more than, what is it, 6 items at once? That's basically exactly my point, Cinderlash. That's very much it, and same with JD. It's very much it. Like, I'm totally understanding, yeah, if you're on console, you know, the style of UI there might work much better for you. And if that's the case for the console version, do it. By all means, do it. Make it, like, even on PC, make it an option. But when I'm sitting there and I've got all of this screen, I got this little thing this big that's got like 4 to 6 items in it, and I'm like, dude, let me use the other 80% of my screen. I have all of this real estate. I'm trying to find this item. Just let me see. I just need to be able to see a little bit more. More like a lot bit more, but you get the idea. Okay, drop all this off. Oh, then a quick load. Yeah, and there's a whole bunch of stuff you can go into. But, like, it's one of those things. They do so much cool stuff with No Man's Sky. You know, every N number of months, they get out, like, the next expedition that adds a major mechanic to the game and all that kind of stuff. It's like, look, man, you know what I want for an expedition? Just to have a better, like, have a UI that'll be nicer for PC. Again, for the console people, let them have it. That's fine. But also, don't make me have to, you know, compromise my experience. You know, don't make me compromise my experience for, like, the broad scope. So you mean you don't use controllers? Oh, almost never. I almost never use a controller. I very, very heavily prefer mouse and keyboard. I'll use a controller sometimes with, like, Souls-like games, because I've found historically, at best, they're okay-ish on mouse and keyboard, but that's, like, almost the only ones I'll make the exception for. And I honestly, part of the reason I haven't played another one of those in a hot minute is then I gotta go and break out the controller and do all that, and it's just like, you know what, nah. Like, for my space flights, I prefer to use a HOTAS, hands-on throttle and stick. But I also haven't played those in forever because taking the time to clear the desk, to make room for the HOTAS, to cover up half the desk with the whole setup, which is nice and all that. I like the setup. But unless I'm going to be playing a lot of a spaceflight game, that's a lot of time investment just to get the whole thing set up, just so I can, you know, play the game for a little bit. You feel like Helldivers did that at some point and changed the game to cater more just to consoles, and it hurts most of the PC players? Gotcha. Yeah, I never ended up getting into Helldivers. Like, I heard a lot of good things, But a lot of those games that the multiplayer is just such a heavy focus of, I've tended to just not get into. I used to play a lot of them, like Warframe I played an absolutely absurd amount, and very genuinely that's got a pretty strong multiplayer focus on it. For them it had nothing to do with controller support or anything like that. That was they introduced this whole radio mechanic, Nightwave, that when it first was implemented, it was very much a play this game right now or else kind of mechanic, where they would have a season, and you had to finish daily, weekly objectives, and if they, fell off, the rewards would just be impossible to get, and a lot of the rewards they were offering were very, very big rewards that you kind of really didn't want to miss. So it pretty much made every season, it's like, no, you've got to do your time on Warframe. If you don't do your time on Warframe, you miss out on the prize. If you miss out on the prize, you're going to be upset about it. Oh, right, Friday. You want to go to the bar and catch people. Yeah, Warframe went to FOMO, fear of missing out, and you quit too. Yeah, no, I had played very heavily. It was one of my most played games for a pretty long time. But it was almost like Nightwave came out, and I kind of did like the very first set of Nightwave, and I'm like, I'm done with this game, I'm never playing it again. And that's pretty much what it was. That came up, and that was the last I played it. So, depending on how Clint and them path, there's a very good chance I won't be able to reach it. Pam, I probably will. But we're going to try and catch Clint, Sebastian, Pam. We're going to try and catch going to the bar, and Willie. There's a very good chance they will turn here, and they'll be slightly out of my reach. But I'm going to see, because if I can snag one of them, I can buy the next tile. And then I should be able to get anyone who comes from this right side. Because we're going to take this path straight down, and then we're going to take it over to the right. Hey, George. Hey, stop that! Yuck! Hey, man. You're the one throwing away perfectly good food. That's a field snack. That's 45 energy right there, sir. You're not gonna lie, this gets me every time. It's a very cool concept. Yeah, no, and like I said, the dev for this mod credited the original, old school RuneScape that apparently had the exact kind of mod as this as well. My understanding is the old school RuneScape was XP based for your tile progression as opposed to just straight up cash based. Hey, I need y'all to get to the bar, okay? If I can catch even one of them, I should be able to catch all of them. Because if I don't catch them on the way in, I can catch them on the way out. And this is worth it, because if we consider each interaction being effectively 1,000 gold for the price of a tile, that means I'm going to effectively score like 3, 4, 5,000 gold. Why does George even have energy bars at home? Hey man, you don't know how that man parties at his own time. They've got to think you're the most dedicated mime, or just really creeping on people. So we've already talked to Abigail plenty. Yeah, so I cannot reach them 2 tiles away. I just need any one of them to go right past this tile. I'm pretty sure we've already talked to Sam. I'm pretty sure Sebastian shows up. Because I'm gonna have to a little bit of struggle to catch people. Because Sebastian comes through this way, I can try and catch him when he crosses this path up here. Come on. There's Sebastian. Target sighted. Hey, so I picked up a hot pepper at the store last night. My mom wanted something good for dinner. And so you bought her a hot pepper? Yeah, I heard peppers are pretty good, so I got her one. I didn't mean to do it. Yeah. Alright. Bonus tile, bonus tile. We've already talked to Leah. So we're missing Shane. Oh wait, Pierre. Pierre. Buddy. Oh, hi. Are you satisfied with the quality of my summer seeds? We're pretty insulated from the rest of the world here in Stardew Valley. So, I was at the store the other day and Pierre showed me a fresh hot pepper you brought in. Alex. Shane. Don't you have work to do? 1, 2, 3. And you'll see a tiny little bit of progress. Okay, so who are we missing? We're missing Willie. Oh wait, I've actually talked to that. I saw that Pierre had a fresh hot pepper in the shop the other day. Marvelous. It smelled just perfect. And firm, too. Rual, Storge, you look puzzled. I guess the hot summer air can make you a little dizzy. I mean, if you're getting dizzy from the hot summer air, you need to get inside because you are making a good play at heat stroke. If you really want to get the fish biting, make sure you put some bait on your hook. This is advice for the ladies. Willie's very lonely. Alright, so who are we missing now? We got Sebastian, Shane, Demetrius, Pam, Pierre. We haven't talked to Clint yet. We haven't talked to Vincent yet. We haven't talked to Penny, Alex, or Jas, or Linus, or the Wizard. Clint should be making his way over here. Because he closes up earlier. Guess you got some good peppers, though? I mean, it's what I've been selling. So Clint should be making his way over there, if he's not there already. And I think that's the only the only other one that goes to the bar tonight is Clint. And then it'll be a matter of, like, for Alex, Jas, and Vincent, once I get to the... and Penny, once I get down to the bridge down below, I should be able to catch all three of them on their way to and from the library. Penny! Penny! Yes, turn north. Turn north right here. Don't go 2 tiles to my right. Don't you do it. Well, you didn't do it, but, like, that was even worse. Clearly being avoided. There you are, Clint. Clint's my man! I'm gonna be buying a lot of ore from you. We're gonna get to know each other uncomfortably well. The weather doesn't really matter to me. I typically stay near my shop year-round. Depressing, huh? Alright. So, that means I've got the kids, Penny. We still need to meet, Gunther. The Wizard. And Alex. And like I said, Alex, Penny, and the children, we can all get to the path towards the museum. Which is the path we're taking right now. And then the Wizard can go die in a fire, because I don't know how the heck I'm going to go meet the Wizard. Oh, I mean, we'll just do the bonus tile tomorrow. It's not going to get me anything else. You keep thinking of Penguin from Adventure Time when you bring up Gunther. Yep. Got a couple of hot peppers. Alright. Today is the last day we can plant poppies. Screw you, Crow. You're the worst. You're a nerd. But I like an endearing, like, term of positive or anything like that. But, like, just, you know, Like the old connotation one. Because like you can use that as both an insult and a term of endearment. And I solidly mean it as an insult right now. All right. So that'll be a decent payday. Okay. Start watering all this stuff. Before I forget. Gotta keep the grass back. We'll need to figure out how many of these need to go. So all we have to do is when we go to sell the poppies, we just need to check how much we have and then add one.
Hi.
Hi.
Who's my cute little hubby that I love with all of my heart?
I don't know.
Oh, it's you! You're supposed to know these things.
Yeah, well, I'll figure it out someday. Love. Stay humble. That's never happening. Look, it is what it is. We both, you know, goof around with self-deprecating humor and all that kind of stuff as well. Hey, Zidian, how's it going? Alright. And I did get enough for a little bit more fertilizer. And I think for the farm, while I want to expand west to get to the cave, I do think we're going to get this little section to the east of me here. That way I can finally cut back that grass and be done with it forever. Because in the meantime, I just have to keep cutting that back again and again. Alright. It's gonna be a whole thing getting this all done. And we'll have to check, as we get closer and closer to the end of the season, that when we get these next couple of poppies, if there is any crops I can plant that have a quicker turnaround, even if they're not worth as much. Alright, so let's go to Pierre's. We can drop off all the crops, and we just need to get a count of the poppies, plus 1 is how many seeds for poppies we need. Because it takes 7 days to grow, which does mean we should get them out the very last day of the season. Okay, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12. So we need 13 seeds. Let's see, you're happy you dropped some deers en route Drop some deers on Roots Apache. Deers. Roots Apache and enjoying it? Thanks, you hate it? Huh? I mean, Roots Apache is excellent. But I'm very confused about the comment there. And then followed by thanks, I hate it. Like the animal? Well, that's what I'm confused by. It's like, deers? I'm assuming that's a typo. Because that there don't make no sense. Let's hoard money. Because I'm definitely not going to be able to reach Clint's before the end of the season unless we get like some major payout. Fuck, actually. Oh. That's a couple stages removed, man. That's I get yes. I get the thought, but that's a couple stages removed to call money deers. All Storge, you need truffle oil. Don't ask me why. Mayor Lewis. No, but low key, why do you need the truffle oil? It's okay that you need truffle oil. There's nothing wrong with it, man. But also, what? Why do you need the truffle oil? I didn't have like a reason to feel like asking until you're like, don't ask why. I'm like, well now I need to know. It wasn't interesting until you told me not to ask. The moment you asked me not to ask, now it's all I can think about is needing to know why. Why is it a secret that you want truffle oil? I just assumed you're gonna cook with it. Yeah, no, if people haven't seen Roots Apache, it is another slice of life sim, whatever you want to call it, game, just like Stardew Valley is one. But kind of the big thing with Roots Apache is instead of following the kind of the trope where it's ambiguous, like 90s, early 2000s time frame that you like inherit grandpa's farm and you build up from there, that is kind of, what this genre is kind of come to be known for. In Roots Apache, it takes place in paleo times. So like the idea of agriculture isn't even a thing in the game at the beginning. And the idea is as you like befriend other people and you make progression in the game, that you discover agriculture and all that kind of stuff. And they've been updating that game. It's honestly still getting updated today, which makes me really happy for it, because it did run into a real bad problem when they launched the game. The game launched, it got like pretty strong positive review, and then the game devs and their publisher got into a disagreement. And Steam policy is when the publisher of a game and the developers get into a disagreement, they pull the game from the store until it's resolved. Because otherwise it could just put Steam in a bunch of illegal, like, not a legal mess like Steam's in trouble. It could put them in a legal mess in that having to get everything sorted out on the other side could be a huge headache. So Steam's policy is basically like, alright, we're just gonna pull it. Once you two get yourself sorted out, just let us know what you want, and then we're gonna be good to go. Which honestly is a pretty fair thing. Because otherwise, it can just keep escalating things and make it more and more of a headache for Steam to like sort out the details later between, okay, how do we deal with the money, all that, and potentially with like the courts involved, like how do we navigate the fees and all that kind of things. And it's just easier to just be like, you know what, you all get your ducks in a row, and then then come talk to the grown-ups when you're ready. But we don't know the details about the disagreement, because there was a bunch of stuff said back and forth between them, and who knows what's actually correct and what is, incomplete information, exaggeration, that kind of thing, where you're technically correct. but also deliberately misleading to like public interest and all that stuff. Looks like they're self-publishing now. Yeah, no, because they had a disagreement, and it took the publisher and the devs a good like week or two or something to sort out the details. And my guess is there was some term in the contract that one party or the other didn't think was going to be in the way it ended up being. And so, like, you know, the devs were feeling like they're being taken advantage of kind of thing and pushed back, and because of whatever lack of clarity that the disagreement stemmed from, like that there was terms in the contract and one group interpreted it one way and the other, or something like that. Or it could even be that they didn't expect the success that happened, and what looked like they might have been reasonable terms started to become very unreasonable sounding. Whatever the reality is, it led to some kind of disagreement that we're not privy to the details of. But it got the game, like, it got launched, had a pretty good reception, then immediately got pulled from the store for like 2 weeks. Which just absolutely hurt everyone involved. But despite that, the devs have kept doing major updates for it pretty routinely and all that. Which makes me very happy for it, that the game has found that success to keep going and all that. How much is the next back upgrade? Only 10,000. I don't really need the next upgrade as much as I'm instinctively like, yes, bag upgrade. With our limited ability to get around, I actually don't have the ability to get much good stuff. I never tried. Okay, I was pretty sure you couldn't plant trees in town, but I had never tried to do that. Yeah, 95% overall, doing extremely well. Yeah. No, like, it's extremely well reviewed. It's just really kind of unfortunate that being pulled from the store that long, without question, hurt the amount of sales they could have made. Because usually for most games, it's the first couple of weeks which is, make or break for you. But yeah, but it's good. Like, I would, if you like the life sim slice of life genre, you should check out Roots of Pacha. It also does two things that are almost controversial to the genre that I think are great decisions. There's no stamina bar. They're like, okay, time's already a limitation. We don't need the stamina bar. And then on top of that, there's also no combat in the game. That they're like, we're gonna focus on doing the things that the game does well, and we're gonna do those well. And stuff that isn't that, you know, we're not gonna worry about it. They still have a cavern of sorts, but instead of going to the cavern to like mine your ore to get your upgrades and all that, the cavern's more puzzle-esque. But it's like more of a regression thing of like unlocking power kind of things to do. Okay, so it's gonna be the same thing again with the poppies, +1 because the crow. And it'll have to be a crop that grows in 5 days or less. Because I know there's 6 days left in the season, but today's not gonna count towards the growth of it. I also like some of the festivals in Roots of Pacha. There's still, oh, I don't remember what is, it might be Cave is the name of the emote. I think it still might be there. That we have, like, this really, really cursed emote that's just, like, a scuffed, like, MS Paint looking, emote. That's actually, there's a wall painting, or, like, a cave painting festival in Roots of Pacha. And it does actually have kind of, like, sort of a paint-like mechanic, like Microsoft Paint mechanic for actually doing the wall painting. So you actually do draw on the cave walls and all that. And no matter how hard you try, it's gonna look a little dicey. So it actually has festivals that would be you know, potentially appropriate for the time period. Now, that said, it definitely takes some liberties as well, so if you're looking for something that's truly, like, you know, perfectly representative of that time period, it doesn't quite go that far. It's loosely accurate, but it is one of those things that, again, you come up with ideas where you discover agriculture and animal husbandry and all that, and that's cool and all, while in reality, those discoveries had a pretty substantial time gap between them. Okay. Then some of the, I want to say, like, the style of automatically watering your crops in that game wasn't sprinklers. I believe it's irrigation. So, like, you do, like, little channels that the water fills up. As opposed to, you know, again, in the genre, by and large, almost all of them, they just give you sprinklers. With the exception of, like, oh, what's the one? Sunhaven. Which is another really good one that, unfortunately, it came out later that they basically didn't pay a bunch of their artists and deliberately, you know, withheld names from credits and a whole bunch of not cool things. So it's a shame because outside that drama, the game is really good. Did I try Fields of Mysteria? I did. I liked what was there, but it was early access, so I didn't, you know, I kind of gave it a little once over, and I was like, okay, this is seeming good. And then basically set it aside, going, I will come back to this when it's more done, because I'm very tired of early access. Very tired of early access. I still do early access for, like, covering on the channel and all that, but generally speaking, if I can't finish a game in its current form in early access, you'll find I usually will play just a little bit of it, and then move on and be like, alright, we'll come back to that when it's done. Alright, 5 days or less. I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, because of the crow. 5 days or less, 7 days. Or, yeah, 5 days or less. We can do the wheat. That's what we got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've already forgotten. Well, summer or fall. These are cheap seeds. These will be like, if nothing else fits, it's fine. Pretty sure we talked alright, right, Sam? Hey, so I picked up a hot pepper at the store last night. My mom was looking good for dinner. I didn't mean to actually accept that. Let's go right here. Cancel that. Alright. And then, with the amount of time left, basically after I plant these today, I can plant a couple things tomorrow. But that's the end of the seasons for planting. Yeah, so it was 7. I thought so. So I just got extra, but they only cost 10 gold each, so I'm not super fussed by it. Alright. The spreading weaves have caused damage to your farm. Alright. Where did I miss that the stuff was growing? Yeah, so it wasn't the spreading weeds. We had the trees are too close to the edge, so it did manage to cross over and damage things. Okay. So I'll sell all these. Unfortunately, there's not really a whole lot I can do right now. But that's the end of where I can grow stuff this season. Because now there's only 4 days left of the season. We apparently accomplished something. And thank you, Damon Hunter, for the 30 stream streak. I really do appreciate that as well. Catch the last 30 streams without missing a single one. Five bonus tiles for selling 10,000 bucks worth of goods. Okay, so we got a bunch of area down there. Actually, wheat also is a fall crop. I can put the wheat in that spot, because then I'll harvest it the very first day of the season. Okay. And it's another big payday. Alright, we reached level 10 farming, so it gave us an extra bonus 10 tiles on top of what we already had. So we have 16 bonus tiles now, between maxing out our farming and between the, also getting the 10,000 gold in sales. That's gonna be a pretty big bounce, pretty big bump towards reaching Clint. We're definitely not gonna reach Clint with that. Alright. So the downside is that's the rest of the bonus tiles we're gonna get for a little while. I've been putting no real effort into befriending people. There will definitely be a point where we want to try and get probably just any quote unquote common good that we can make happen that is just like a universal like or whatever, to start working on friendships. Now, one of the challenges we're going to run into is with a lot of the social things will end up wanting me to drop me on tiles I can't get back out from. So it could be a thing where once we're able to craft the things to teleport back to the farm, it might be worth keeping a couple of those just like in the pocket, as it were. So that if I get teleported to where I'm get stuck and I still have stuff I want to get done that day, or I have a bunch of money that I don't want to lose to, Joja or Harvey or whatever, that we can pop that as a avoid losing it. Because the only other way to get around is if you skip the cinematic entirely, then when you skip it, you'll just appear kind of where you left off, versus if you let it play out, there'll usually be a spot it wants to drop you specifically at the end, and sometimes that'll be a problem. Like, for example, with the community center one, where Lewis is like, oh, here, let me show you the old community center, and you walk inside. You trigger that event whenever you enter the town tile, and no matter where you enter from, it'll drop you off at the door of the community center. So we can easily get kind of stuck there. We had that happen when I did the first mod, that it plunked us down right by the community center door, and we couldn't get out. We had one here where I tried to be all sneaky, and even though I hadn't unlocked the door or the tile in front of Pierre's where it drops you off when you leave, I had unlocked one to a diagonal where I was able to, right-click on the door to enter. But then when I went to leave, because the tile it tried to put me on was not walkable, the game just punted me up to a random spot in, like, the forest up in the top left of town, where I was just trapped, so I just kept pickaxing the ground until we passed out. So we cash in the 16 free tiles. There's no reason not to do that. We're gonna save our money for the fall, again, to make sure I got the cash for that. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Trash can, 13, 14, 15. And that's all of our stuff. Alright. So we're getting pretty close. It's actually, is that close enough? Let me see where we left off. Because oh no, we were still along the side of the mayor's house. Once we get in front of the mayor's house, we can catch Penny, Vincent, and Jas. Like, I could definitely do that with the money we have now. Is there a max number of years you can play? Or can you typically 100% the game and keep going if you want? You can go on forever. Generally speaking, canonically, Stardew Valley is, I believe, 2 years long. In that, if you look at like the dialogue and all that happens in the game, is it does go back and forth between 2 years. But ultimately, there is no, like, the game ends on this day and all that stuff. You have a save that's year 122? Holy crap. I think I actually just have an extra pine cone I really don't have a good way of using. I'll put it there just because. Honestly, since I can't plant this more and make it sense, we'll sell it back, we'll see if we get there. There's Grandpa's rating event? Yes. So, like, after 2 years, there is an ending of sorts, where you get graded, but it is one of those things that, you can repeat that event in the future using different means, but the game keeps going after that. Alright, you feel like Ginger Island pushes the game into year 3 unless you're super optimized. It does. But that's like additional content they added later. Where, like, canonically it adds like, the game is 2 years so far as, like, the dialogue ping-pongs back and forth between year 1 and year 2. And, like, with the festivals, there's, like, 2 versions of each festival with year 1 and 2 kind of thing. But yeah, no, like, to raise your kids and all that, you're going past 2 years anyways. But, like, year 2, once you go past that, it's kind of like the story of the main town just kind of repeats itself. Whereas, Ginger Island is kind of its own separate piece that the connection is you will have your people leave that. Yeah, and I'd say if you're not going sweaty try hard, the game usually takes you about 3 years. You definitely can make it so that broadly speaking, the game, like if you're really pushing it, you can definitely make it happen in 2 years. But generally, I'd say it's like 3 years, and if you're taking your time, it can certainly go longer. You heard someone mention earlier Coraline Island. I spoke very highly of it comparing this game. Have you played that before? Yes. Yes, I have. And it is a game I very, very, very much speak highly of a lot on the channel. I've also played it a lot on the channel too. I generally see it as, if you think of Harvest Moon and how Stardew Valley looked at Harvest Moon and said, that, yes, and that made the wonderful thing that is Stardew Valley. I would say if you have Stardew Valley, Coral Island looks back at Stardew Valley and Animal Crossing and a couple other games and goes, yes, and. Now, that said, if you're like, well, which one's the better game, Stardew Valley or Coral Island? To me, there's not a correct answer to that. Because I would say, as far as the systems in the game, Coral Island has more systems, and some of those systems have a lot more quality of life to them than Stardew Valley has. With Stardew Valley, you can get a lot of that with mods, but I would say, broadly speaking, on that aspect of it, Coral Island's the better game. But there's kind of a pro-con with Coral Island, and it has a much, much larger and more diverse cast. And the pro is, you've got that much larger and diverse cast. The con is, because there's so many of them, you really don't get that same level of connection to the characters you get with Stardew Valley. Like, generally speaking, the characters in Stardew Valley, I find are a lot easier to, like, get bought into their story and relate and all that kind of stuff. Where with Coral Island, there's almost like a fatigue as you're having, like, the 20th person who you're watching them go through their, like, midlife crisis and trying to sort out their thing or dealing with their baggage or drama, that you're just like, you know what? I don't care. I'm emotionally exhausted. I don't want to deal with it. All right. So it's Harvest Moon's grandchild to a certain degree, yeah. But like I said, I wouldn't say one is hands down better thing. You know, it sounds weird, but as Stardew Valley found, the Coral Island style is off-putting to you. No, that's fine, because Coral Island is a 3D game. Like, yeah, it's still isometric in its presentation. But I know for a lot of people, they look at the art style and it's just different, and that's totally fine and valid. But I know there's a lot of people actually really like this Coral Island art style over the Stardew Valley as well, that they're not in on the pixel art kind of thing. So, like, that's a matter of taste, which is totally fine. But we're trying to be objective about the game itself. I would definitely say, broadly speaking, I'd also say Coral Island's combat, while still pretty lackluster, is better than Coral Island's combat, which is also lackluster. Neither is objectively bad, but neither of them are you going to go and be like, oh man, that's some solid combat right there. It's like, yeah, it's fine. It's serviceable. But yeah, no, it's totally fine for, like, the aesthetics to be off-putting or whatever. Like, that's fair, that's valid. But, mechanically, I would argue that Stardew Valley, like, Coral Island looked at Stardew Valley and made progression on that, which makes sense. Stardew Valley is coming up on, like, what is it, 10, 12 years old? One would hope the new game that came out learned a thing or two. And I wouldn't say that Stardew Valley's bad about it. There's definitely things that when I go back to play Stardew Valley that I just find quality of life missing that's just common in the genre now. And again, most of those you can get with mods, like the ability to see where people are on the map and be able to, like, pull up the map and, like, mouse over the store. I think they added that with 1.6, where you can put your mouse over the store and it would tell you, it's like, oh, no Wednesdays, whatever. All that information and all that. I find that missing when I play Stardew Valley because it's just thing. Yep, no, 1.7 is supposed to be this week. Like, this coming week it's supposed to happen, because they said it was going to be dropping in February, and they haven't given us an exact date. And there's only 7 days left. Well, it's not even. There's, like, 5 days left of February. So, needless to say, we're down to days. Now, granted, it could be like, hey, we want it to cook a little longer. It's actually going to be March now, which would be totally fair. Alright, so I gotta make a decision. Do I make the crops grow faster by 10% or the artisan goods? The answer is almost always the artisan goods. Like, almost always. But for the sake of the challenge where I'm on limited space, it's easier to take advantage of agriculturalist, because I will need space to do the artisan goods. Now, the catch is, with the all crops growing 10% faster, that only helps by like 1 day on each crop for the most part. With combination of fertilizers that can actually be really strong, but I'm actually pretty terrible about using the fast growing one, so I think the answer is just artisan. Yeah, no, I think artisan's still the better choice, that the moment I get to the point of being able to like make wine, that's still going to be a bunch of money. Because it is 40% more. And for those who don't know, when you're dealing with like the artisan goods, usually is you take that initial crop value, and it's almost like you take like 1.2, 1.5, 2 times, whatever the amount is, over the initial crop's value. And that's just how much more it goes. Rual Storge, I've got a new item in stock. It's called the Auto Grabber. The thing can milk your cows and goats, shear your sheep, gather eggs, and pluck your woolly rabbits all on its own. It's considered a luxury item, so I'm charging 25,000 gold. Marnie. Yeah, Marnie, we're not going to be doing any animals anytime soon, so... That's probably not going to happen. Okay, and cool news is tomorrow is going to be a rainy day, so I don't need to worry about that. So we probably got 1 or 2 more waterings in. Because what's going to happen is... I'm going to use the fact that we have the extra information here. I don't normally have this mod. And when we go and we harvest these plants... If any of the plants say longer than, like, if it says 4 days, we don't water it. Because it serves no purpose to me anymore. Which I believe the peppers are every 4 days. So the only peppers that I harvested today could potentially be in that range. Because then we could skip a lot of them and just save time. Because watering a thing that's just going to wither in a couple of days isn't going to do me any good. And we're hoarding our money for the season change. I'm also curious how it's determining the amount of money we've made, because it just told us that we made 10,000 gold. I distinctly see that just in the last couple days I made 16. You know what I'm betting? I'm betting when I sell directly to Pierre and not the shipping container, it's not counting towards the it's not counting towards the money so far as the mod's concerned, is what I'm guessing happened. That's the only way I could see that we've probably easily made 50, 60,000 gold so far, if not more. But so much of it has been needing to get the seeds that day that we've primarily been selling our crops to Pierre. You know, to get those extra 2-3 harvests in per month, per, you know, season or whatever. But yeah, no, if you like Stardew Valley, very likely you'll like Coral Island. You will notice, especially at the beginning of Coral Island, it doesn't do it any self-favors for getting compared to Stardew Valley, considering like there's 1 or 2 scenes right at the beginning that are beat for beat the exact same thing as Stardew Valley, like literally the scene where they show up at your farm is practically a carbon copy of what Stardew Valley does. So very understandably, it gets that hard comparison. Because, again, that scene is just... It's a little too on the nose the same. But the good news is once you get past, like, that early game, it definitely, as the game goes on, it differentiates itself more and more. But yeah, that opening scene with, you know, the mayor and all that, it's like, even your character's reaction is the exact same as Stardew Valley. The only real deviation is just the fact that in that game, instead of there just being Robin as the carpenter, they have, like, it's a couple. And so they're both there and they have some dialogue back and forth between them. But for all intents and purposes, it's the same scene. It's very much like, oh, you copied the homework. But I kind of take that as, you know, early on they kind of were like following the established game and all that, and then kind of deviate from there. Oh dear, my shoes are filled with sand. Okay. So occasionally they'll ask for a Joja Cola as a quest reward. So I'm gonna go ahead and throw that in the box. And if we happen to see that they ask for a Joja Cola, that'll let me turn that in if I can catch the person. I think like Shane will ask for it every once in a while. Alright. Then tomorrow's a storm day. But yeah, so for getting the artisan goods, I'm gonna end up needing to get materials. Oh, we get a tiny bit of hay from that too. So a bunch of those. Will give me one last go. I don't have any intention to get animals, but just in case, I will chuck the hay in here. Oh yeah, and we do have an information mod, so one of the things it does let me do is I can check on the bulletin board from afar. It's mostly that mod, I take it for, it'll tell me what the luck is without having to watch the TV. Since it doesn't really do anything for the day, you just walk up to the TV, you hit the button, you wait through like three-fourths things of dialogue to find out. Same with the weather, it'll let me know if it's going to be raining the next day. Just like you can check the weather and it does that whole thing. Okay. And then tomorrow's the last day we can possibly have to water anything for the month. And we're only going to care about plants that say 1 day left to grow. With the exception, I think, the wheat. Because that can go into fall 1 day. I don't think we had any wheat that goes there. We'll just water any wheat we have, but... if it says 1 day, or it says, you know, it's wheat, then we water it. Everything else doesn't get the opportunity. Okay. Alright, big money day. Let's check on this wheat here. Yeah, so that wheat gets watered. Because this will grow tomorrow. get no more summer squash. Look at the jungle of all those trees. I mean, yeah, it's about 1.5 years worth of tree growth without any maintenance. Okay, got a couple of hot peppers. So all these will remain there. Yeah, all those are at 2 and 3 days, so we're not getting anything else out of those. Okay, none of those are going to be ready. You will give me a hot pepper. I'm mostly having to check. Yeah, so this one that the crows destroyed, it's going to give me a hot pepper. Yep, and that's all we have any need to water. Because the rest of all those are not going to produce in time. Let's go check our mailboxes, or not mailboxes, our trash cans. Like, that's the thing. I get a couple of tiles of land and I buy a little bit more on the farm. It ends up taking me almost all the stamina because it's like literally a solid wall of trees I have to carve my path through. Our acorn. All right. Yeah, for pushing for people's friendships, when I'm starting to get the materials to do that, or if we just buy our way to victory, it could very well be we just don't even worry about it until Fridays. And then just on Fridays, we just go to the bar and hit up everyone there. So, got that back. That's fine, let's replant you. Alright, that's fine. Actually, I realized none of those are going to grow stuff in, so we don't care. Alright, so 20th is the end. Wonder when the next threshold is, if it's 100,000 or what. Okay. And literally nothing gets watered today because it's all dying tomorrow. Dear old Storge, tonight around 10 p.m. the rare, beautiful event will take place. The Moonlight Jellies will be passing by Pelican Town on their long journey south for the winter. We're all gathering at the beach to watch. You don't want to miss it. See you tonight, Demetrius. Nope, not gonna be there. Sorry, Demetrius. I haven't paid my go to the beach tax. So that's just not on the cards. Yep, and all the rest of that is all gonna die. Let's go up here. Chuck that in all for sale. Drop off the hay. Cut down the tree we planted. Alright. And sadly, we still don't have a scarecrow because of plant fiber. Yeah, so we don't need to cut any of that back, even if something gets overtaken tomorrow because of the stuff. It's all going to die anyways, because those are all summer crops, and we're going into fall. And are we going to go to the festival? Absolutely not, because I don't have access to the beach yet. Let's pop on down here. And part of the reason we're going out of... Oh, wait, Alex. Alex, I haven't talked to you yet, buddy. I got these new shoes yesterday because my old pair had a brown smudge. I just threw them in the garbage. Would have donated, but I don't like the idea of some weirdo wearing my shoes, you know? You suck, Alex. So Alex gave me my one free tile. Alright, so that just leaves the kids and Penny, I believe. It's the kids, Penny, and the wizard, I think. Oh, and Linus are the only ones I haven't talked to. Because Linus have to go to the north. Why are you checking the garbage cans? Because I can get broken CDs and glasses that I could turn into refined quartz. And we're playing a really sweaty challenge, and anything can get a value from anything. I'm going to take... Because you can find diamonds and stuff in the trash can. They actually have a pretty wide loot table. The odds are terrible. But when I got nothing better to do with my time, poke some trash cans. Plus, we can get the single best hat in the game of a trash can lid. All right. Yeah, those so close to the field, I'm just going to keep chopping them up. It is what it is. So surprisingly, not that many of the tiles unplowed this time. Honestly, we're at the point that selling clay is just not a thing I need to be doing. Yeah, so I can't see what else is not plowed yet. Alright, so we got ourselves $26,000 to go and figure out what crop we're planting for the fall. I actually don't know how many seeds I should be getting. You know, it's like 100 something? No, I do not feel like doing the math there, because it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 12 by 1, 2, 3... no, it's a weird shape. I'm gonna go with, we're getting like 110 seeds. Probably 120 seeds, actually. We'll see how that does. If I end up getting a couple extras, that's totally fine. We'll end up planting them later. Unless whatever we plant ends up being one that just regrows again and again and again. I feel like throwing an eggplant as hard as I can against some mountain face. Please deliver to Sebastian at 24 Mountain Road. Yeah, I know there's a lot of people living here. Wait your turn, Gus. That's one of the benefits of being a bartender. Sometimes I hear too much. Alright, so pumpkin will take forever to grow and is a very lucrative crop, but with the crows eating it, that'll hurt. Corn, I should have planted in summer if we're going to do that. Eggplant grows in 5 days and can produce very quickly. Very cheap seed, so I'm expecting eggplant to be worth very little. Bok choy, 4 days, you have the turnaround. The yams take a very long turnaround. The cranberries I remember being relatively profitable. Now granted, those are some expensive seeds. The sunflowers not really. The the fairy seed or fairy flower can be relatively thing. Amaranth's probably not that great. The grape I don't know about. I'm leaning towards the cranberries. Because I want to say those are relatively lucrative. Now, granted, the initial cost of the seeds is very high, and we are going to lose one of those roughly every 4 days. But with the sheer volume of how many of those I'm going to be putting down, I think that's fine. And I should have just enough to probably do my entire area with them. Wouldn't we want a scarecrow first? Yeah. Right, because they're very expensive. And like I said, I'm going to lose one like every 4-ish days. But if we think about the entire season at large, it's 28 days. So we're losing one about every 4. We're going to lose a total of 7 of those before the season's out of 100. So that would cut into our potential profit margins, or it would be able to cut into our stuff about 10% of our plants. But only one of those would it be before the first harvest. Now, I don't know what's the right choice here. Because those I'll lose. I think we go with the cranberries. Because the alternatives would be we go for like the fairy seeds. That also goes into the whole thing of they're very expensive. The eggplants I don't recall making good money in those. And the pumpkins are another one that they cost a bunch. You only get 2 harvests if you're really on top of it with the pumpkins. Cranberry and egg. Let's see. Cranberry eggplant to fill in the lost cranberries. Yeah, well, I mean, I was actually thinking the cranberries and whatever we lose would probably make it like bok choy. Just something that could quickly turn around. We're committing. Just hell with it. There's only one difference with the bok choy and the eggplant. Well, I thought the eggplant as well as ones that grows multiple rounds. I could be wrong. I may have misread it. Either way, we can worry about that once they start dying. We can then, you know, whatever. We can just go back and change our mind, make a decision, whatever. I might not actually have had enough money to... I think I grossly underestimated how many seeds I could potentially cover. Alright, well, we put as much in the way of cranberries as we could. So I'll probably do is go back and just buy whatever dirt cheap seeds grow real fast. The cheapest of the cheap. Yeah, we could... Yeah, wheat would be really, really cheap to plant. It'd also be totally fine if we decide to get eggplant or bok choy or whatever. That I can just buy that as able to fill in the gaps. But it gives you an idea of how much we have invested in these crops. The fact that with $26,000, I still didn't have enough money to fully plant my farm. Like I said, I seem to recall cranberries being some pretty solid money. I do want to say you need to get like a good 2 or 3 harvests out of them before they start turning a profit. Alright, so I got $189. I might just go with the bok choy, and the justification I have for going with the bok choy is, while the eggplant I'm going to get the turnaround again and again, and they're cheap, my guess is per instance the bok choy is far more profitable by the end of the season. I could be 100% wrong in that. But it's a fast turnaround. And so we'll just go with it that way. Yeah, I know I said the cheapest. I'm just opting to go this route instead. Because then what I could do is each day that we get a little extra, get money, I'd start filling in gaps. Which will honestly be, we'll get the first round of bok choy, and then we'll be able to get another round of bok choy that's worth a little bit more. Well, and that's what we got for today. Because we are broke. And nothing else for us to worry about. And the second day is a rain day. I'm gonna go up the edges here, and I'm gonna... make sure they all stay clean. Alright, and back to sleep. Ah, long day there. Really worked on that one. Put a solid like 40 minutes in the field. But the good news here is once we start getting these harvests, I'll fill in that last area with like the bok choy, like I said, and then all of our extra money from there is just going towards the push to Clint's. And one nice thing is once we get down in front of the mayor's place, we will be able to score ourselves an extra like 3-4 tiles between Penny and the kids and all that kind of stuff. And then we'll be pretty close to out of people to introduce ourselves to. Like, there's the Wizard and Linus, but neither of them come into town. Somehow you end up hearing a lot? I mean, that's just a good reason to follow if you haven't already, which I assume you have. Because if you keep ending up here, that's kind of a sign. I'm trying to think, did we have a raid earlier? No, you followed the first day? Yeah, I figured as much. Like, if you keep finding your way back here, that's usually a good sign. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That was very early on in the Timber map you played. Gotcha. Timberborn's excellent. I posted on the Discord and the games channel, because I kept working on that map for achievement reasons, which it's glad I didn't do that on stream because so many of those achievements have been literally just okay, I made 1 or 2 changes to do the thing for the achievement. Fast forward. Like fast forward literally multiple whole cycles. It would have been very unsatisfying to watch. But after I did the achievement where you let all of the beavers die and have the robots keep making robots after that, I put my regular beavers back to work. Because I got the thing where they got max happiness, or well-being, not happiness, max well-being, which was basically making it so none of the beavers worked anymore at all. And yeah, now my beavers, every single one of them, they just work on the wheels, where they just spin the wheels. That they're on their own power grid that's just spinning the wheels. And the only thing on that power grid with the wheels is just robot rechargers. So I've turned my entire population of beavers to exclusively power the batteries of the robots. And as a joke, I put them on like a 24-hour schedule after that, because there's an achievement. It's like time of the robots or whatever, time of the bots, for when like all your beavers die, but the robots are self-sustaining. That's one reason to check those trash cans. We just got ourselves some cookies. Yeah, the beaver's time has waned. The bot's time is there. I also did the one with the iron teeth where, like, after your last beaver dies, the reproducing pod thing they've got produces a beaver, so you bring them from, like, they are extinct and they come back from extinct. No, Cinderlash, it's even worse than that. They're oatmeal raisin. They're oatmeal raisin, but they really look like chocolate chip. Like, really, really look like chocolate chip, but they're actually oatmeal raisin. And it comes with a glass of orange juice, but it's actually grapefruit juice. Nothing wrong with grapefruit juice, but like, when your heart's set on the orange juice and you get the grapefruit juice, it is a bad time. Alright, and there's 3 more bok choy going down. Alright. And 3 bok choy coming up. I have to see what those are worth. Because I'm sure there's someone who's got, like, you know, some here's the chart of all the crops in Stardew Valley, what they pay out, the seed cost, you know, how much it earns on average per day, how much, like, return on investment you get per tile over the course of a season growing it, and yada yada. You know, like, all the efficiencies. I'm 100% sure that there is an Excel spreadsheet out there that has all of the data where you can turn around and be like, here is how many tiles I have available. What should I expect to be paid out from this? And be able to get all of that over the course of, like, you have a wheel. So, let's see, the wiki has really changed how you play. Used to make all those charts yourself. Yeah. There are many spreadsheets, yeah. That's also true, is that you have the wiki. There's always a catch with that, because like the wiki will give you the raw, like, it costs this much, you get this much profit per item. But then there's the spreadsheets that get to the point where it's like literally you enter the number of tiles and everything, what fertilizer you're using, and it'll give you like the over the course of the month profit as opposed to this. Now you spend a lot less time per game. Good though. Yeah, I generally don't. So like I'll look up the wiki and all that before like trying to figure out is this like how a system works, you know, from time to time. Like when it's something that really should be in game but it's just not clear and there's not really an elegant way to look it up in a timely manner in game, you know, I'll use a wiki for something like that. But like for actually going and figuring out, it's like, oh, what's the best crop, I generally won't do that, because most games you don't have to worry about it. Like, if, for example, there was a Stardew Valley, like, speedrun achievement kind of thing, I could see potentially looking up a wiki there being like, okay, let's go and look up all the things I need for the speedrun kind of thing. And then, you know, go, okay, well, for that, what do I need to get that set up? All that kind of stuff to, like, min-max the whole, like, alright, you know, I've got, you know, one year to get this objective done. What do I have to do to make that happen? Stardew Valley has tons of categories for speedruns? Oh, you know, absolutely. And some of them are busted. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I'm not even talking about, like... I'm talking about, like, achievements for speedruns. So not, like, legitimate speedruns so far as people competing with each other. I'm talking purely from the aspect of going, okay, the game says finish the game in N number of days, which there is not one for that for Stardew Valley. But there are a lot of games who have those kind of achievements where it's like for example, Timberborn, there is one where it's, I believe, 15 cycles to build the one, like launch the wonder in 15 cycles. And that's gonna take some work. Hey, Explorin, thank you so much for that raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. If we can get a shout out for Explorin, I'd really appreciate it. Let's see here. You want to see Cucumber on your own. But, if we could get that shout out, that would be wonderful. Here, actually. Crabs, yes. Let me go ahead and get you that shout out. I don't know if my mods are, in the middle of stuff or not. Nope, never mind. There is the mod, got it. So I'm gonna go ahead and hit this button. Oh, actually, I'm following. It all blurs together. It all blurs together sometimes. You're like, is this the person I met before? And the answer was yes. But how was your stream? And also, I was so distracted by trying to get that sorted out. I missed, what were you playing on stream? Oh, you're playing Stardew Valley. I see it there. I hope you had fun with Stardew Valley and all that stuff. What did you have going on your run and how was it? Yeah, no, and we've got a lot of, all of our, like, follow alerts and all that are adorable little crabs. It's the mascot of the channel is the crab with the, beret and the scarf. Sort of like the Avatar, but like kind of movement. You've never played Stardew, Vanilla? Or have to have mods? And if mods are official or no? But you never played Stardew Valley. Yeah, so generally speaking, I would recommend with Stardew Valley to play it just vanilla to begin with. I wouldn't say there's any mods that you really, like, need or anything. You have a crab tattoo? Nice! Let's see. It was great. You never got past year 1 and now you're on year 4. Nice! So I would assume year 4, if you're taking a relaxed pace, you are probably on Ginger Island and making pretty good progress there. If you are taking a I'm trying to get things done pace, you're probably just about to wrap up or have wrapped up Ginger Island, would be my guess. Obviously, I don't know. And you can take like a really relaxed pace and just not even be at Ginger Island. There's no wrong way to play it. Oh, let me snooze the ad before you like all get stuck in that immediately after raiding. There, I managed to get in time. But yeah, no, I hope you had a good time. So yeah, if you're looking for more Stardew Valley, you can find that over there with Explorin and all that good stuff. I assume you're getting like all ready for the update that's supposed to be this week. You know your Stardew? So I don't play it as much nowadays, But I did 100% get like all the achievements and everything in Stardew in the past, and I have come back with like this thing. So it is supposed to be February. We haven't gotten an exact date, but it's February. So there's only about 5 days left of February. Now, granted, it could get bumped to March, but I believe it's coming out this. And for the record, I did the same thing as I started this challenge run a couple of days ago. And people were like, "Are you excited for the update this week?" I was like, "This week, you say?" No, I'm not ready for that. Am I going to be excited and do it when it comes out? Yes, but I was not planning on starting a run to immediately start a new run in a couple of days. But yeah, the last we heard is it's supposed to be, you predict tomorrow, new update, or Friday night. I have no idea. My intention is to get as far as we can on this challenge run, and when it drops, the challenge run goes away because almost certainly the mod will get broken. Because that's just what normally happens with any major update of any major game. Let's see. Let's see. Is not pronouncing the first R in February a Stardew in joke? No. It's different like local areas that supposed to be on the 26th. Okay, so 2 days. Wait, there's a new major up for Stardew? Yes. There's a major update. There's going to be 2 neuromanceable characters. They've alluded it's going to be a very large update without specifying the details. So my guess, and this has been my prediction, is my guess is we're going to get a net new area similar to where like Ginger Island was added to the game. But there's going to be at least 2 NPCs, and it'll probably be 2 of the NPCs in that new area will be romanceable. That's my guess. We don't have confirmation one way or the other. People of of course rumoring that's like, it's gonna be Clint and all that stuff. Yeah, Maurice and the Trash Bear. Yeah, the one I've heard is I've heard a lot of people joke about Clint, and I'm like, don't do that. No one deserves Clint in their life. No one deserves to be subjected to Clint in their life. You're gonna have to wait to see how long Stardew Valley Expanded takes to update to match the update. Oh man. But yeah. So that's definitely one of the things. Well, that was the thing. It's like, I'm assuming there's going to be like one male and one female character. As like, okay, of the men, the only ones that could really be considered is you'd have Clint, assuming not a new character. You'd have Clint and you'd have the wizard. Because all of the other people that aren't already romanceable are married. That I could think of. And it's very much one of those things when you're looking at like the characters. I don't well, I guess technically Maurice. And the problem is Maurice leaves town, so I think they'd have to mechanically change too much that they'd leave that one out. I don't see there's Linus as well, that's fair. I don't see Concerned Ape being like, you can, protagonist, you can cause a divorce so you can get married, because that's the one that people have alluded to is, like the driving Pierre apart so they can, marry Caroline or, that kind of stuff. He said absolutely not Linus. Gotcha. Linus doesn't seem like one anyways, because he wants to be free. Right, because there's a whole dialogue with you and Linus about coming to your farm. I won't spoil it for those who haven't seen it and all that stuff. There's already a bunch of divorce mods. Yes, there is. But yeah, so there's a bunch of those. So I don't see Concerned Ape doing that. I don't think that would fit the vibe of the game. Like, it can be fun for mods or whatever, but for like an official thing, I don't think it'd fit. Like, okay, they could do Clint or the Wizard. I doubt it. I super doubt it. But that would be your bachelor choices. Then you go to the bachelorettes, and you're like, okay, who do we even have with the bachelorettes that would be a single person out there? And it's like, literally the only single ones out there is Pam and the cashier at Joja. I don't envision Pam as going to be a romanceable character for a lot of reasons. The Joja cashier, it's like, you know what? That would be fair. Sandy, that's true, there's Sandy. Sandy would be a rough one because you couldn't access her like 90% of the time. And What's that look like when you get married? Did she wake up every day, get on the bus to then go to work to then come back? That would certainly be a thing. Where's spacecraft? We did spacecraft earlier. We played for about 3 hours and all that stuff. Willie? Yeah, I mean, there's Willie. That's fair. I mean, why not? People commute. This is true. They just make it a big deal. How much, like, how long the drive is and all that stuff. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You can now officially marry your career. Just wait. That's the joke, is you can marry your job of being a farmer or an adventurer or whatever. Marry Marlin. Or what's the other guy's name? The one who just sits there and judges you. But the point is, I think realistically what we're going to get is a new area with 2 new people that you can potentially... Yeah, Gil. Marry Gil. Alright, so the bok choy is some solid money. So that's good. We're going to use that to slowly fill in there. But anyways, again, go check out Explorin. You're looking for some Stardew Valley, you can find it over there. And all that good stuff. And for those popping in here, we are doing a really sweaty try-hard challenge run called Tileman. You'll notice there's this weird grid on the map. I want to go to the bus stop. That is not allowed. I can't. And I grab this item here and I point it at that square. If I want to walk on this tile, that one little square behind the tree there, that's 1,000 gold. So, yeah. What we're not going to be doing is that nonsense. And so what we're currently working on is just getting our farm to be as profitable as we possibly can. The current objective is I'm going to refill this area with plants because I really overspent to get some high profit plants here. But once I get all that filled, we've got a pretty good progress towards reaching Clint. And that's our next objective, is to get to Clint so I can buy ore. Wanted. 1 fresh lobster for a marvelous bisque I'm creating. Who? Gus, proprietor of the Stardew Saloon. Reward 800 bucks. And Gus, don't you worry, buddy. That lobster is never coming. Oh, Automod, you try so hard. Automod was like, I will save you. We have auto-modded this because you said tongue in. Text-based term. Versus tongue-in-cheek, which is literally, you know, something of comedy. That one's pretty funny for an auto-mod catching stuff for no reason. You try, auto-mod. No one can say you don't try. You don't do a good job at it sometimes, but you do try. And that does count for something. Not necessarily a lot, but something. Alright. I'm kind of glad we have this information mod, because I remember cranberries now as being one of a handful of plants that you stare at and you're like, did I water that tile? I really can't tell. Because like here I can barely make out that these ones aren't watered and those ones are. But if you're just running through and they're in rows with other plants, you just stare at it and be like, did I water it? And so you just end up watering it a second time because that's the only way to tell. I mean, odds are you get the sprinkler that you just don't even worry about it at all. But there's that. Let's see. Regarding your challenge, this version of Stardew will continue to be available via beta branch for Steam Legacy version. Yeah, that's fine. But when it comes time for like 1.7 dropping, when 1.7 drops, as far as like people's interest in Stardew Valley, everyone is going to want to see that. I'm going to want to play it. So the challenge will go completely on pause. You know, and then after that, like, depending on that, do I really want to circle back to version 1.6 for the purposes of a challenge? Probably not. To be entirely honest, I could see if we're just like really feeling like doing the challenge, doing it for 1.7 if it seems appropriate to like start the whole thing over, because we're really only on day 3 in this challenge. You also can most likely continue it. Yeah, but I would just expect the mod to be broken, and that also depends again, like, with where they're saying it's a major update that's going to be bringing a lot of changes, how would that impact the challenge? How long does it take the mod to get updated? All that kind of stuff. I'm not saying the challenge is, like, dead, but there's a pretty good chance. That said, mods don't easily break. Well, it depends if there's a conflict. And, like, that gets into, okay, how do they implement the grid on the back of this? Is it something that is smart enough to be adaptive? Or have they had to go through, like, each and every tile? Because, like, if we look at a lot of tiles where we walk on, you can tell that they took the time, that they didn't just toss down a new layer that's got a new grid and say, just, that's good enough. They went and said, okay, here's the broad area the player can appear in. Let's go ahead, and that area is like, you don't have to buy those tiles because you just get stuck. And so all the new maps would probably have problems, because one assumes we're getting some new maps to walk into. I'd be shocked if that wasn't the case. Where did you hear the info? I don't have it handy. I actually looked it up at the beginning of stream again, but it was just that confirmed date basically said it was going to be dropping in February. As far as like the specific day where it got, I think it was Rongor said the 25th. I haven't seen where that. That sort of thing most likely fetches the map data from the same lookup. Anything? Manually adding that would be so much work. Yeah, but you never know the way people have implemented things. You know, whether you did it a clever way that's reliable, or like a clever way that's programmatic, or whether you did a very tedious manual way, you'll see a lot of both of those in modding. I see a lot of both of that in the straight up normal like software dev. A 10-year anniversary is 26, and that was proposed release date by Concerned Ape. Ah, gotcha. So Concerned Ape specifically said that they were trying to, basically that they were aiming for a release date of the 10-year anniversary, which would make sense. That is an excellent day to do it. Oh, bookseller, someday I'll be able to reach you. Not gonna be today. Not gonna be tomorrow. Certainly not next week. Can I pencil you in for next season? Pretty wifey. Okay. You sleep well.
Okay, I love you.
I love you too.
Yes.
I can't stay what I'm not. We've talked about this. 10-year anniversary is crazy. Oh, you do not want to get into, like, the looking up when things happen. What was it? Oh, what game was it that turned 33? Star Fox. It was Star Fox just celebrated its 33-year anniversary. And it was like, ow, it hurts. My bones. Do a barrel roll. And thank you for the host over on YouTube, Sui. I appreciate that. Means a whole heck of a lot. Dang, and a generous host at that. Yeah, for those who don't know Sui over on the YouTube side, and over on Twitch side as well, Sui's an absolutely fantastic content creator, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team and all that good stuff. Yeah, you got the shout out over here on the Twitch side. But same username on both platforms. It's Sui as you see there. definitely someone to check out. Plays a whole range of indie games and all that good stuff. Playing some Project Zomboid recently, which is absolutely solid, but does play a whole range of a whole variety of indie games. But yeah, definitely good times over there. But welcome in for the host over on the YouTube side. Good to have you. We're doing some Stardew Valley. We're doing a really sweaty try-hard challenge. You'll notice a little bit of a grid on the map. That grid, anywhere you see it, are tiles I have not purchased and I'm not allowed to walk on. So it's basically like if Electronics Arts was the ones who came out with Stardew instead of Concerned Ape, where we have to pay effectively an in-game MTX to buy every single individual tile. Obviously, if there's Electronic Arts, they would make you buy a third-party currency that then you'd have to pay that third-party currency in exchange for the in-game currency to then buy the tiles. But it gets really, really, really expensive really, really fast. Paradox? No. Paradox would make you buy additional characters and all that kind of stuff. Like, you'd get something for your money with Paradox. But, like, you know, you are going to be buying, like, every single individual update would be a thing. Yeah, every NPC would be an additional DLC. Yep, Ginger Island would have been a DLC with Paradox. But regardless, the gimmick here is every single tile I want to walk on, I've got to buy, and they get progressively more and more expensive. We are up to the point that buying a tile costs me 1,000 gold. So that's pretty significant. Okay, so we got that down there. Alright, so let's go ahead and run up here. I don't have enough money to buy any more seeds, so we'll just go ahead and cut through there. Now that said, the mod that lets me do this does give me options for other ways to get tiles. None that can be truly repeated, but stuff like introducing myself to an NPC for the very first time, I get 1 tile for each person. When I max out the relationships with them, I can't remember, it's like 5, 10, 15 tiles for that. When I hit a milestone so far as money earned, I get a couple of tiles for that. And you get the idea. I get like a little trickle feed of tiles from here and there, but each time I get one of those, I can't do that again. Oh yeah, it's payday time. Alright. Now, where we're at progression-wise is you'll see I've carved out myself a little bit of section of this farm. This was roughly what it took for me to be able to get my character down to like 20% stamina just watering the crops. We've gained a couple levels in farming, so we can actually get more done than that. But the reason I did that is the next thing so far as being able to progress and like scale up the farm some. I see I missed watering that one cranberry plant one time. Is going to be reaching Clint. Because in this one, we're probably not going to want to go to the mine because I'd have to buy every single tile in the mine, which makes it ridiculously expensive to try and get ore. To the point that getting ore is going to be far cheaper to just go to Clint and buy it. It's actually a crazy challenge. How do you attend any events? So far we have attended 1 Easter egg hunt, and we attended the Winter Star, and I think that's it. Oh, we might have gone to Halloween event as well, because I have reached the town. The good news is it does seem like when we get to the town for an event, that the festivals I don't have to buy the tiles for. But yeah, we have yet to be able to do the dance. We have yet to be able to do the winter festival where they do the ice sculptures and all that, and the fishing contest. We have yet to do the luau. We can't do the night of the jellies because we can't get to the beach yet. So we just basically are a shut-in that, you know, looks out the window longingly at all their friends having fun. Because we just cannot get to the events. But yeah, no, I do play a variety of games on the channel. We actually were playing Spacecraft earlier, which is a playtest for a new game coming out that's sort of No Man's Sky, but more grounded in reality. A little less arcadey kind of thing. But it is in an alpha version right now that's a playtest, so... You know, there's a lot missing there. But it was a lot of fun, what we did play. So I am excited to see where it goes. It's a game I'm definitely going to be returning to. Yeah, so cutscenes can soft lock us. So the festivals to prevent not soft lock, we can still pass out. But the festivals where there's time doesn't pass and all that, they did make it so we can just walk around during those. Because there's not a lot you can do to try and, you know, cheese yourself some money during a festival. You know, beyond, like, the Halloween festival having the golden pumpkin as a way to get, like, a little influx of cash. But, broadly speaking, when you're looking at a lot of that stuff, there's not a lot of opportunity for us to take advantage of. Cutscenes can get you in trouble. If you let the cutscene play out, sometimes they'll move you around. Like, for example, when Mayor Lewis takes you to the community center the first time, you'll show up on whatever side you walked onto the title, but when Mayor Lewis is done with the cinematic, Mayor Lewis will actually drop you directly in front of the community center, and it's very unlikely you'll have cleared the path to the community center at that stage, which just means you then get trapped. Okay, so you can go here, make more fertilizer. So let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't feel like doing the math on this. Yeah, we'll grab like 30 bok choy seeds. That should be more than overkill. And we can just work through those seeds as the season goes along. And we're about to get our cash out of about 230 cranberries. Now, each individual cranberry isn't worth much, but, you know, in volume, they're pretty lucrative. Alright, so... Alright, so it's going to be 19 squares we can buy roughly per harvest. So that means every roughly 4 days, I'm going to get about 19 squares more progress. That is monumental amounts of progress for us. Considering during the summer, our most lucrative crop, we were getting about 6 days per harvest, or 6 tiles purchased per harvest. Yeah, we didn't miss any. Cool, that means I only bought 2 more seeds than I actually needed. That's actually pretty good. And it also means all of these are plowed. I am wrong. Okay. You know, I was pretty unhappy about having this, like, mouse over when we got the mod because I wanted the other things from the mod. With all the not being able to see through these trees that I'm running into, the mod has definitely actually become rather helpful. Alright. Make sure we don't have any grass trying to grow in here. Because the grass will eventually destroy our crops. And once we reach Clint, we then start being able to get sprinklers, which I cannot wait for. Yeah, so we literally only bought 1 extra seed than I needed, which is great. So, what we're going to want to do from here is I got 19 tiles I can buy, and our goal is to try and get to Clint. Now, we haven't been able to introduce ourselves to Penny, Jess, or Vincent yet, or Gunther. So the good news there is if I can get down to in front of the mayor's house, I can catch them on their way to or from the library. So I can't do either of those, so we're just moving on. Alright. So, it is a Monday. Do I think Penny, Jas, and Vincent went to school today? Because if I can catch them, that's 3 more tiles. And 3 more tiles, that just gets me that much closer. I'll give it till 5 p.m. in game to see if they cross here, because I imagine they'd leave the library around 3, 4 o'clock. Because I don't remember their pathing and all that. But I don't remember which days they do and don't go to the library. If we don't at least hear the door pop by 5, we just vamoose. Now, I don't think we go straight for Gunther. I think we go straight for Clint. You never seen that before? You fell 1 level? Oh yeah, I know I've had that before. Alright, I'm thinking it's going to be a no on the Jas and Vincent department. Yeah, because I want to say it's... I think it maybe... Oh, did I hear a door? I'm guessing no. Alright. Yeah, definitely with that part there. Oh, Penny? Okay, so Penny has to leave there. Have we talked to Alex yet? My grandma told me I should spend more time studying. I was like, Grams, don't fret. I'm turning pro. Studying is for nerds anyways. You're a bad person, Alex. Alright, Penny. I need to have a word with you. If you just could leave that park bench, instead of sitting with Maru staring in the middle of the distance, contemplating your life situation and having an existential crisis, I could have a brief conversation with you so that I can get a free tile. I'm pretty sure I've already talked to Shane. I think it's literally we're just down to Linus the Wizard, Penny, Vincent, and Jas are the only ones I haven't gotten my free tile from. And the Wizard is way the hell might as well be on the moon, to the west in the forest. And Linus almost exclusively sits by the mountain, you know, with a few exceptions. None of which are going to put him anywhere nearby where I can talk. Hey Maru, I'm going to talk to you just because I can. Have you explored the mines much? I've heard you can find useful materials there. Nope, I have never been to the mountain, let alone the mines. Alright, Penny. The moment. Hi, are you doing okay? That's an appropriate response for where I'm, like, just kind of creeping over there. Alright, so we use the free tile to get a little bit farther. Alright. So, we want to catch Jas and Vincent. Because I think those are the last ones I can catch that don't involve clearing literally like 100 tiles. And like very genuinely, I don't see a reason to push towards the mountain or the mine at all right now. Not for a very long time. Because it's going to cost me a fortune. Oh, wait, I almost made a mistake. Get that fertilizer down. Get what extra money we can out of this. But that'll be good, because that means every 4 days I should be making 18, 19, 20,000. Screw you, Crow, you suck. Dear old Storge, how are things going? You must be making a fortune on that farm. Don't forget, you dear old mother. When you're a millionaire, love, Mom. Enjoy the cake. Thanks, Mom. I'll enjoy the cake. As it's welcomed to the ground. Dear old Storge, 1 week from today, we're holding the Stardew Valley Fair in the town square. It's the biggest event of the year, drawing people from across the country to our humble town. If you'd like, you can set up a range display for the event. Just bring up to 9 items for that best showcase your talents. You'll be judged on the quality and diversity of your display. The fair starts at 9 a.m. Don't miss it, or there will be a problem. Got a couple extra bok choy. Alright, so unfortunately we had our first victim. The very first victim of our cranberries to the crow. Because you might be going like, why on earth do you not have a scarecrow? That's because I got exactly 11 plant fiber, and I've had no opportunity to get more yet. Because every tile is $1,000, and it's really hard to reliably get plant fiber by getting one extra tile. The way you narrate the text gives you an idea for a passive-aggressive valley mod. Do it. I would absolutely play it. Especially if you do it in a way that's like, you know, like passive-aggressive, something that people would actually say that it wouldn't be, you know... It's gotta be the appropriate amount of passive-aggressive. Where, you know, the person just, like, undermining compliments, you know, underhanded compliments. Usually when I have Demetrius constantly talking down to, like, down on you because he's a scientist and you're a farmer kind of thing. You know, that type of deal. You know, versus just being, like, crass or anything. Like, talking down to you being like, you know, I made a great discovery, far more interesting than anything you could understand, with you just playing in the mud all day. It was like, Demetrius. Demetrius also seems like, with his, you know, they got the whole thing with the bed that, you know, that Robin makes. You know, Demetrius seems like the kind of person who would just utterly talk down on you and undercut you without even realizing he's doing it. Like, he would call you something like, you know, an uneducated farmer and not realize he is just absolutely insulting you to your face. Like, what? You don't have any accolades or academia prowess? Uneducated is the correct term. It's like, that's not what you call someone. And also, not even technically accurate. Yeah, no, exactly. I've done that exact dialogue with Demetrius. It's like, this data is fascinating. You wouldn't understand it, though. I'm not gonna bother going into details. It'd be a waste of both of our times. You do that thing you do where you, like, you play in the dirt. Alright, so 6 more bok choy coming in. None of the rest of the bok choy will be growing tomorrow, so I don't have to worry about buying extra seeds in preparation for Wednesday. Oh, hey. Harvestable right on the path. That's a free extra couple bucks. I'm gonna have to realistically get to Robin to buy stone and wood, and I know it, and I'm not happy about it. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Honestly, with not having enough money to get in our tile, let's just go ahead. We already know we're going to need... Let's just spend. We know we're going to go through that before the season's out. I can get it now. That way, if we end up losing another crop to the... Hey, trash can cookies. Literal garbage. And shockingly, I have actually already been able to talk to... Well, okay, so Jazz and Vincent are clearly not there, because if Penny's at the bridge, that means she's not with the kids. Actually, would she meet the kids there? Ooh, that's a question. Because I'm going to be honest, I remember... The places I remember the kids going is the kids will go to the fountain on certain days. And this is like spring, summer, fall. I don't remember which one. They'll go to the fountain certain days. They'll go to the library to other days. They'll go to the park on yet other days. And that's Vincent. Jas will go to the library. And I can't remember if she will go to the park as well. But otherwise, she stays at home with Marnie. The other day, I bought a fresh cranberries at Pierre's. It was perfect on a bed of greens with a dash of my special vinaigrette. My special vinaigrette. Definitely not legal in Stardew Valley. It's the one that lets you breathe colors and smell time. Alright, so what we're going to go ahead and do is the cookies, straight to the trash. Well, straight to recycle. We get our bok choy down. And then we're going to put the trash in our box, because when I get the recycling thing, I believe the trash can become stone or wood. Which, amusingly enough, I actually want stone bad enough. It's worth me using trash as a source for it. Alright, so bear with me for a minute, chat. I'm going to quickly stretch my legs real fast, use the restroom, all that stuff, and I'll be back in just a minute. But thank you again so much for tuning in. I believe YouTube, the clips I'm about to play will not have the audio on your end. I do apologize about that. It just sometimes those things flag as copyright on YouTube, so I do mute them on YouTube, unfortunately, because YouTube's copyright thing has no chill. But I'm going to quickly just take like a minute or two, quickly stretch my legs, use the restroom, all that stuff, and I'll be right back. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. Alright, and we're back, and we don't need to acknowledge the fact that we got a parking ticket in that game. Didn't happen, you have no evidence. So let's see how we're doing here. Alright, so we got our stuff going on. Screw you, Crow. You're cutting into my profits. Crow needs to go back to its murder where it belongs. How are things? They're going good. We are making solid progress. We're finding each time we get a harvest out of our cranberries, I get about 18, 19 tiles. Now, granted, slowly one by one, the crows are starting to eliminate those. We've only lost 2 so far, and that's with 10 days into the season, though, so that's really not bad. It's pretty much on par. That what we've been kind of seeing is we lose roughly, I think it was one plant to the crows per 4 days. So being on 10 days and losing 2 is about right. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I cannot wait till we reach Clint's and sprinklers can start to happen. The other challenge I'm going to have with sprinklers, and part of the reason I'm being very, very on top of making sure I check the trash, is if we get the medium sprinklers, I have got to... Sorry, I've got to manage to... Words are hard, chat. I've got to manage to get the refined quartz, or if you go to the good ones, I gotta get batteries. The refined quartz is gonna be tricky because I can use that with trash, and that's one way of getting the refined quartz. The other way to get refined quartz is to go into the mine and find quartz. Realistically, trying to go to the mine to get the quartz by, like, clearing it, I'm gonna have to buy, like, all of those tiles to reach the quartz, and that means that each instance of quartz is potentially gonna cost me, like, 10,000 bucks. And, you know, once I clear that path, it'll stay cleared for every future instance of going into the mine. But the reality is that's just not feasible for any real length. Whereas the fishing would honestly be fine, because if we get fishing to the point where we can get the crab pots, I can just leave a bunch of crab pots in my little pond here, and just that easily we can get ourselves as much quartz as I need. Now, ideally, I would get the lightning rod, but I've had people remind me that the lightning rod does take bat wings, which would also mean clearing to the mine, and granted that one, I can just use the, I could just use the staircases to, you know, get deep enough in the mine where the bats show up, and just stand there and let the thing where when you've been on a floor too long where the bats will come attack you, and use that as a source of bats. You here for a lurkout? Lurking while you work out? Recently started Stardew, still year 1, and hoping to learn some things. Gotcha. We're playing a very atypical way of doing Stardew. We're not doing anything that changes mechanically how the game works so far as, like, how you play it. But we do have it where we're heavily restricted, where we can't walk on these tiles on this grid until I buy them, which is not normal. You want to calculate how much it will cost total to unlock every reachable tile in the game? Oh god, I can't think of how many... It's gonna be in, like, the hundreds of millions, maybe billions, because of the increasing cost, because we haven't hit the maximum cost yet. I do know it gets at least as high as 10,000 of a tile. I think that might be the max. What did you choose in your cave? I chose mushrooms. Hey, stop that. Yuck! Okay. We still think 100 of millions isn't that much. Right. But that's going to take way longer to do that. Well, no, it's going to be... No, you're right. It's probably going to be in the billions. Because we think of the fact, right now it's costing me about 1,000 per tile. And that's going to stay that way until we hit 1,000 tiles unlocked. Which I'm at 164 tiles we've unlocked so far. Once we hit 1,000 tiles, it jumps up to 10,000 per tile. which, needless to say, is a pretty significant escalation. But by that point, we've got a pretty good chunk of our farm opened up that we should be able to consistently be making some pretty serious cash. And if you're wondering why I'm standing here, I'm still trying to catch Penny, or not Penny, Jas and Vincent, and I do not remember which days that Penny takes them to the library. Like, I think it changes per season, I just don't remember what it is. And those can give me 2 free tiles. And then with all that left, the only people I think we haven't talked to yet would be the Wizard and Linus. Well, and Gunther. And our current objective is to get to Clint. Let's see, in an endgame farm, which can be reached without unlocking much of everything else, you can easily make about 50 million a week. Yeah, no, I could definitely see if you're, like, min-maxing the artisan goods and all that, you can make some pretty ridiculous stuff. Because especially if you use the sheds where you can give yourself all that extra space. Which I am curious, with these sheds, if I have to unlock the tiles in the shed. Oh, Vincent, buddy. No. Ah, it's fine. We'll wait. It's fine. I don't got anywhere else I need to be. Made them read a whole bunch and then letting them go out and play. How dare she? That's not the way we raise children anymore. We bury them so deep in academia that they can't breathe. And then we wonder why they burn out and then they don't end up, doing more later on. So 200 million a season, 800 million a year. Even it costs 10 billion a year. That's only 12.5 years, most of which is harvesting and keg filling. That's 12.5 years is not an insignificant amount of time, though. But yeah, no, I'd be curious. Because you'd have to go to every single tile, see how many movable tiles there are, and then what I'd probably do is just not even worry about, like, the adjustment. I would worry about just doing that where you do the 10,000 right from the start. The price of 10,000 going. And for all I know, the price might go up. Like, the price might go up, though, like, when you unlock your 10,000th tile, maybe they go up to 100,000. I don't know. I don't know if and or where the cap is. Alright. We gotta intercept Vincent and Jas. We cannot let them get past us. I don't look for bugs, but Mom gets mad when I'm all dirty. It's a tough choice. Okay, and 1, 2 tiles. Yeah! Tangible progress. Effectively, that conversation was worth 2,000 bucks. You sleep 6 times in a row, harvest, keg, repeat. So out of 7 days, you only really play 1. Right. You're not wrong, but also, that sounds incredibly monotonous. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a grindy challenge. There's no getting around it. But 12 years of that kind of fast forwarding sounds truly awful. Where am I putting this pine cone? Oh, I can put a pine cone here? Sure, why not? I made $2,000 bucks ambushing a children on their way home from school. I've actually talked to that news reporter before. I had a situation where we had a I'm not gonna go into the details on it, where there was like a newsworthy event happened at our school and it wasn't a good one. And there was, like, just outside the school boundaries was the media just intercepting people. It's like, yep. It's pretty much what that was. Luckily, it was just like a one-day thing. Let's see. So let's say that the day will take 5 minutes total, and there's 4 days of each season per 16 per year, 80 minutes per year. Let's add 10 minutes for all the sleeping, so 90 minutes for 1 year. That's about 18.75 hours. You know, honestly, that wouldn't be that terrible. Did I lose another cranberry to the crow? The crow is now ever so slightly ever so slightly ahead on what our expectations are. So with this, I'm gonna go ahead and just take a peek real fast at this pathway over here. Well, it's not for sure. You just want to calculate the cost at all the time. Yeah, no, absolutely. No, there's a lot of really fun, both gameplay and challenges and all that. That streaming sucks. Because, like, they're just nothing. Yeah, I could have done the trash can check. I figured with the day that that's all we had going on. Just take it. Alright, so we still want to just water all those. We can plant what we got here. Okay. You enjoy math? Yeah. No, and it can be fun to do that kind of stuff. Is like, go, okay, theoretically, like, what's thing? Because you'd also want to get into, like, the deviation of, like, okay, there'd be a little bit of a load time between going to sleep. Sleep might take, you know, 30 seconds or a minute or whatever it takes for that screen to pop up. You know, even with clicking through it, populating, going through there. Add a little bit of padding, because, you know, you're not going to be perfectly efficient with it. You're going to have some that you miss the timing on it. And all that. That's actually one of the things when it comes to Coral Island that I get spoiled with, is some of the late game tech you get in Coral Island. You actually get a thing that it's a an attachment for your sprinklers that'll automatically replant the seeds, put down the fertilizer, and harvest. So you can, like, just at the beginning of the season, just load it up with everything it needs for the season, and then just collect the stuff out whenever you feel like you need to. It's one of those quality life things, because that's pretty late game you get that. Like, by then you basically cleaned the ocean. And even then, like, not only that, you've cleaned the ocean, you've gotten to the last section of the mine, to get the materials you need to do that. I don't think you need anything from the museum, though. And so it's kind of cool that you can, like, set up the whole farm like that, and then you can grab all the stuff, and then they have the auto chests that just, they create a conveyor belt that will feed stuff into the machines along them. So you can genuinely sit there and just, set up all the automation there, clean it out every so often, put it into your field of auto chests, let it slowly feed all that into, you know, a bunch of kegs and casks and all that to make wine and then age the wine and everything. Granted, that game, one of the big metas is just to make mead. Which is then you feed flowers into beehives to get honey, and then you feed the honey into the kegs. That there's some of the more valuable flowers make some ridiculously expensive mead. If we add to this Stardew Valley Expanded, the price skyrockets. Even more so if you also install Ridgeside Village. I liked Ridgeside Village, but yeah. The Stardew Valley Expanded was cool, like giving you the extra barn and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so we had 11. Alright, that's probably more than I should have spent on that. Because you never found a character visual mod for Ridgeside Village that you like, so you never installed it? Gotcha. Where's that new guy take his sweet time to check? Check with me, he's like, you should come by, we have something to discuss. Don't worry about it, man. I'll see you someday. Not today. Tomorrow's not looking good either. I wouldn't count it next Tuesday either. Can I pen you in for like 20 years from now? Oh, I should be checking the trash. Hey, winner. That's a sprinkler. Hey, stop it. Yuck. So weirdly, that's a big find. Because the broken CD, when I get the trash thing, can make the trash thing into a refined quartz. And for the second tier sprinkler, that's what I need to use it. That said, if I can figure out a way to get the lightning rods, that would definitely be the better play. But, you know. It'd be nice to have everything you want. Doesn't mean it's gonna happen. Alright, let's drop off the CD. Keep her shiny prize. Be like a raccoon, get the shiny thing, clutch it desperately, lock it in, keep it with us at all times. It is our precious, it is our dream, it is our hopes. And it's payday. So the last time, when we got our cranberries, it was about 19,000. We have lost, I believe, 3 cranberries now to the crows. We'll see how much that cuts into our margins. Now keep in mind, I spent about 26,000 buying these. So technically that first harvest did not turn me a profit. I was still about 7,000 under from my initial investment. And cranberries aren't even good. I'm not huge on cranberries. I can definitely get behind some things that have cranberries like in them. But like it's a tradition here in the US for Thanksgiving dinner to have cranberries with it. And it's definitely one of those traditions that I tend to avoid. You'd be like, "Do you want some cranberries?" I was like, "Nope. No, I do not." I can actually get down with like cranberry juice on a rare occasion. Usually I want something that's like not just straight up cranberry, but like cranberry something in it. I can get behind that. But I kind of have to be in the mood for cranberries, because I've destroyed whatever tree I planted there so many times because I'm not taking the time to aim these. Cosmopolitan. Oh yeah, no, there's definitely been things I've had that were like mixed drinks and all that were actually pretty solid, that had cranberry juice in it. That with the cranberry, there was other things that like really kind of takes the edge off the cranberry. Camembert cheese with and cranberry is good. Yeah, no, I can see like a nice savory cheese and cranberry going together. Where like the cranberry adds a little tartness to the cheese, and the cheese kind of just really cuts the edge of the tartness down of the cranberry. All right. The cranberries are a spice, not a food. Yeah, that's how I would use them. I would use them as a supplement to something to add a little extra flavor to it. Not something I want to be the main point of a thing. Which is why stuff like cranberry sauce and that usually is just not my thing. It's just like You know, they'll take like a can of cranberries and do that, and it's just very unpleasant. You're like, and don't let me yuck your yum. You're like, man, I love some cranberry sauce. Even straight up cranberry juice. If I have something to snack on that's a little bit more savory, I can actually get behind that. Not always, but like, I can see being in the mood for it. Is it pretty much what all cranberry plus other juices do? Yeah. They get a fairly sweet thing. And then toss some cranberries in there. Because I want to say cranberries are a fairly healthy fruit, which is part of why so many people get it. There's like lots of good stuff in cranberries. But then, like I said, cranberries can be pretty tart. So just having cranberries by themselves could be a little tough. Yeah, like I said, if I have something like you know, something like a cheese or whatever, it's not often, but I can, on the very rare occasion, potentially go for some like cranberry juice with it. Like when you're in the mood for something kind of tart, kind of strong. Hey, that's another big find. Broken glasses is another refined quartz. Once I get the recycler. I don't have that, do I? No, I feel like you get the recycler from mining. Or no, I think it was fishing, actually. Okay. Okay, so we still made almost 20,000 out of that. Yep, fishing. All right. So, let's do some quick. Oh wait, 1 second. Ooh, that gave us something. All right, so going for the fishing is probably what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Probably 15 tiles, maybe more. Clint's considerably more than that. But if I got the fishing, I could pull up the trash. I mean, I guess I need both to make it make sense, so I'm just gonna keep going for Clint. Alright, so Clint's door is, I think, there. Doesn't matter, amount of money. Alright. So honestly, probably 1.5 more harvests should get us to Clint. So the problem isn't access to water, it's I don't get to have a fishing pole until I get to the beach. So the issue is I don't have the ability to fish, not that I don't have places to fish. Because what normally happens is like the second day in the game, Willie asks you to come to the beach because he's got something for you, and then he gives you a fishing pole. We have yet to be to the beach yet. I did notice this is getting overrun again. Let's check this area as well, since that was all overgrown. Okay. Yep, so we got ourselves a solid, there's like 21 tiles today. So that's some really solid progress. Oh, okay, so we did get the thing for the charcoal kiln. I don't have much use for that right now, but, you know, that's cool. As another one we apparently missed watering at some point. Okay. That's honestly one of my favorite parts of the sprinklers, then I don't have to worry about accidentally missing one of the plants. Especially with something like the cranberries where it's so hard to see the ground underneath it. Okay. I'm sure there's a mod that, like, lightly highlights the crops that need to be watered. Once you have, like, the rain pail in your hand, like, ever so slightly turns them red or blue or whatever to be like, oh yeah, go water those. That said, I don't really... Yeah, there's data layers. Yeah. But I could definitely see a big draw there. Wait, did you just come over all zombie? What? Huh? You always play with data layers? Yeah, no, I can definitely see that, because, like, when you have the trees in the way, and most of the crops aren't too bad, but cranberries, they do take up, like, 90+% of the tile, so you really cannot make out what's going on underneath them. And that's actually a problem that Coral Island does have as well. Some of the bushier plants are like, did I water tile? I was like, man, I don't know. Was it the same game as yesterday? Because your character is green now. Yeah. It's the same one as yesterday. My character was green yesterday, too. We're just wearing a hat so you don't see the green hair that goes with it. The scarecrow range, sprinkler range, watered and all that. Yeah, so we have the you've probably noticed there's like this little mouse over thing that says when they're watered, which is nice. That's part of like this UI mod I grabbed. It'll show experience and all that. I just turned that off because it got to be a little bit too much. Alright, that's probably gonna fall to our house. Maybe I'll be able to get the wood from the porch. UI info suite? Yep. It's like UI info suite 2 or whatever, like the latest version was. Oh, you always avoid that one because it's incompatible with a few other mods you like? Gotcha. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, and that was just one I grabbed because mostly I wanted the luck and the weather without having to sit there and look at the TV every single day. Because going on that TV and reading that dialogue every single day gets real old real fast. Alright. And that's enough money for one more tile. A salmon dinner. Hey, what's a salmon dinner worth to you? Tell me it's worth a lot, alright? And if it's not, lie to me. 300. That's certainly not bad. Okay. Alright. so it looks like we're going up that way. I could have potentially saved one tile if I knew where the door was. It's fine. Alright, so you drop all this stuff. We also get to make a little bit more fertilizer. Very, very little bit more fertilizer. Alright, tomorrow is a rain day, so I won't have to water the crops tomorrow. We can just pick up what we pick up. And drop off the wood in here. Alright. Let's see. Dear old Storge, I just want to remind you that the Stardew Valley Fair is happening tomorrow. Don't forget to bring 9 items for the Grange display. Remember, the fair starts at 9 a.m. in the town square. See you there, Mayor Lewis. We're going to have a lovely Grange display of a bunch of bok choy. I don't think we're going to do very well in the Grange display. I like how grindy things like this challenge. You're ready? Using the TV is just tedious. Yeah, well, I mean, it's like the challenge we're sitting there getting to work on stuff regularly. But with like the TV, it's just every single day you just right-click it, and you got to read through a bunch of dialogue. And then you may not get any information you care about. And then you repeat that. Because you have to go through like 2 separate TV programs. It's just like every day. Grass alert on the right side of the farm? Yeah, I can get that on the way back. Pepper poppers. I think the pepper poppers are going into my Grange display. Because I'm trying to remember the categories. There's like, what? Fruit, vegetable, animal good, artisan good. You could use a gemstone. I don't think cooking was a category for consideration of the Grange display. Forageable, I think, was one. Nah, that's fine. Because I'm debating whether we sell the peppers for the money. Nah, we're selling them. It's done. And committed. Alright. Just, the Grange display is going to be so cursed. Bok choy is good and all, but the idea of going to a fair, it's like, show us your incredible variety of crops you've been growing. And it's not only showing up with like a bunch of bok choy, because there's actually a ton of different varieties of bok choy out there. Like really, really a ton of different varieties of bok choy out there. But the idea of showing up and just having one variety of bok choy and having like an entire display that is just a whole bunch of bok choy. We're like, did you just go to the supermarket and like grab the bok choy display and just try to pass that off as like a Grange display? What is this? It's like, bok choy is fantastic and all that, but, you know, it is just bok choy. It's like being excited about a head of lettuce or something. There's nothing wrong with lettuce. It can be quite pleasant to a lot of things. But also, you wouldn't exactly go and be like, this is amazing. Not unless it's like a ridiculously large head of lettuce. Like, you know, it's like a 4-foot wide head of lettuce, and then you'd be like, okay, hang on. The simple scale of this is the impressive part. Let's see. How are you supposed to win the Grange display contest, by the way? I think your first time playing, you put a sea cucumber in there. Yeah, so you get 9 spots. And ultimately, what you want to do is you want to put high value items and high quality items of different varieties. So like something like a sea cucumber, a iridium quality, the purple star quality sea cucumber is a good choice for your fish. But then you'd want something like, for your vegetable, you want to have like a fairly high value like vegetable in there, like maybe a cauliflower or something like that. For your fruit, you want to have a high value fruit, so something like a pineapple or a star fruit or an ancient fruit or something like that. Then you also have like the animal goods. You want to get like something like, you know, your animal goods, so something. I can't remember if animal and artisan are separate, but like either like the large iridium quality, you know, goat milk or something like that. Or to turn around and then, you know, get some cheese or wine or whatever. Because, yeah, it's a point system, and there's also multipliers for a variety of stuff. Okay, so drop you in there, drop one of you in there, because I am going to participate with the Grange display. Well, you were in a town where all super happy to tell you about how they bought some chili peppers. This is true. Clearly they like it. Alright, Grange display. Our Grange display is bok choy. The animals have been given their favorite food, so they're happy. Feel free to pet them. They won't bite.
Moo moo. I'm trying to talk to the baby cows.
Animals are kind of like people. They have feelings and emotions. Sheep have remarkable memory capabilities, retaining familiarity with both fellow sheep and humans. They even form friendships mirroring the close bonds we humans cultivate in one another. Oh, you think you mainly stuck to fishing items? And rocks? You thought were fancy? You didn't know the variety was needed. Yeah, no, you get bonus points for having more different categories. But the categories are animal, artisan, cooking, fish, flower forage / saps, fruit, minerals, and vegetables. Yeah, so flower forage, saps all fall in the thing, man. Okay, right, and the star drop is a good one for us. The glowstone ring is also a good one. So we'd want about 3,000. Technically, if we get the rare crow, I can use that. So we're looking at about 4,000. Oh, I forgot about Lewis's prize thing. Are you strong like me? Smash stone. Greetings, Rual stores. The Stardew Valley Fair is finally here, and the crowd is growing by the minute. Just like last year, I've set up an empty display... Lewis, I don't know about last year. I've set up an empty Grange display for you. Speak with me when you're ready to commence the judging. Oh, are you already finished setting up your Grange display? Yeah, judge me. Judge me. Make it hurt. Marilyn's like, that's a lot of fish you got there, Willie. Couple different varieties. Oh, and bok choy. I mean, I like bok choy, but like, it's just a lot of bok choy. Your Grange display has been judged. Return to Mary Lewis for the result. Mary was like, you know, you failed. This wasn't even a pass-fail kind of thing, and you managed to fail the Grange display. I didn't realize that was a possibility. Hi there, Rual Storge. It looks like you took 3rd place with a rating of 73. Your prize is 200 star tokens. Spend them wisely. Oh, don't forget to clean out your Grange display. We took 3rd. Wow, I got a low score. Guess Mary Lewis isn't much of a fish man. Oh well.
Well, I didn't win, but it was still satisfying to share all my hard work. It feels great to be on the top. I will now be unsufferable for the next year. Nice effort, though. Some of the produce in our Grange display came from my little greenhouse. We've been carefully growing this stuff all year. Wow, that's the biggest cheese wheel I've ever seen. Very impressive.
Alright, sorry about that.
It was a long bus ride here, but totally worth it. The valley is so beautiful. Simon loves it here, don't you, Simon?
Simon's like, where's my television, Mom? It's a fine-looking town you got here. Nice, cozy, real sense of community. Shame if something happened to it, though. Oh yeah, where you can just buy your way to victory.
There's so much to do, I don't know where to begin.
Huh. My son has a knack for accuracy. I wonder if he got it from me. I murder people for a living.
Can I play the slingshot game again, Dad? Please?
Don't mind the smell. I just emerged from a fishing booth with a sizable haul. Now, I must decide what to do with all these star tokens. I gambled and I lost it all, spinning the wheel. I should have went with green.
It's heartening to see others take interest in my work. Makes me feel like I'm doing something good in the world. I finished some of these pieces last week. Please inspect them closely. I stand behind my work, because if I stood in front of it, I'd be scared.
I'm in the market for a new weapon. I wonder if I could negotiate a trade with Clint.
This blade is so elegant. Maybe someday I'll have enough money to buy one. Maybe I should start a collection of clown figurines.
George is on the verge of falling asleep.
When Sandy and I were kids, we joked about running away from it all and joining the circus. I don't think we would have actually gone through with it, but it's fun to imagine.
The Stardew Valley community is truly one of a kind.
Oh no. Who's responsible for the littering over here? Every year we get some tourists who don't respect our town. If you wish to peer through the mists of tomorrow, speak to my colleague, Welwick. She has an uncommon gift. That young man by the tree seemed intrigued by his reading, but even with my powers I cannot probe the innermost secrets of the heart. The lady over there told me your fortune. I don't know what to make of it. Read my fortune. Ah, indeed, I see you in a room, having a conversation with a lady. Oh, it's Evelyn. You seem to be close friends. And also, check out Treacle, absolutely fantastic content creator. I've been playing some Star Trek and all that stuff recently. Definitely someone to go check out. You seem to be close friends. Now I see you, middle-aged, walking in the town at dusk. You pause by a window, seeing a family having dinner. You hang your head and hurry off into the darkness, lonely and despondent, forever forgotten. You look up at Clint. This saddens you farther. The crystal ball has moved down. Now I see you harvesting a plump, ripe melon. You're on a wonderful-looking farm, bursting with life. Ah, the crystal ball has gone dim. That's all I can do for you, young one. Now just keep in mind the future isn't set in stone. Whatever I told you today can still be changed, if you set your heart to it. Farewell. I see you trapped in a strange maze of your own creation. After being on my feet all day, it's nice to finally take a moment to relax. If you want to master wood, you have to think like a tree. Robin's eyes just go glassy and she just stares, out. Little trickle of drool starting here, like, Robin? It's like, shh, thinking like a tree. Son. I think Robin and I make a pretty good team, don't you think? I'm astonished by the level of craftsmanship display here. Some folks are so talented. Every 100 rounds of the strength game I win, I eat another barbecue sandwich. Life don't get much better than this, kid. I'm trying to maintain my diet for this fall, but I can't resist these juicy burgers. Working for grills simultaneously is hard work. There's a large and hungry crowd to cater to today. I put a little dash of zesty sauce in each patty, wink. By zesty, look, I'm not going to explain what it is, but just know it's illegal. Isn't it this festival with the stuff like Egg Hunt, Hell for Tileman? No, so it seems like with the Tileman mod, the festivals don't have the tiles locked. So you mentioned I might be able to gain a level fishing doing this. Which is a fair point. Because if I can manage to get a level in fishing... Oh, this is going to be hell. Having level 0 fishing and trying to do the fishing thing here. Because if I can get it to just give me a crab pot, then I don't even need the fishing. Because a crab pot will become a reliable source of trash. Yeah, we're not going to do more than one round of this. Like, if I actually want to gain a bunch of levels in fishing, we just really need to go and actually get to the beach and talk to Willy.
That's honestly probably what we'll do once we reach Clint, is I'll probably go to try and get to the beach to get the fishing pole. Because even if we don't fish like to get the actual fish for money, because that's going to be a little bit tedious and not as good money as the other way, we can just go and fish in our pond and just pull up lots of trash. Oh, it's level 3 and 4? That shouldn't be too bad. I'm technically already level 1 fishing because I found the book. No perfect bonus. I mean, still, it gives me 168. That said, the real magic's here. Green. And I have 400. Here's the way I do this. I take half of my money. Because it is weighted to win green more than orange. So, green. So it doesn't always land on green, as proven. But overall, you should win green more than the other way around. So if you keep doing it by half, it'll keep rolling and all that stuff. I say as I'm losing that, because it's something like, I want to say it's like 3 out of 4 times you'll win green, or like it'll roll green on the average. Alright, what are the odds of this? You got orange 23 times in a row once? Hey, that's RNG. Even if the odds are much higher that it goes green. That doesn't mean you can't lose even with the odds in your favor, because it was something like, all right. Secretly concerned ape updates the game and flips the odds. Alright. Because what we want is like 3,000. But it's one of those things that, like, once you get up to 1,000 and you take a win, then that fast you just compound. But that's the reason why I'm always doing it by a half. Alright, green. He's onto your statistics and rigged it orange. That's definitely the way it feels. It definitely feels like someone let him know that, like, it got rigged, and so he flipped the rigging and then just kept spreading the rumor that it was still rigged the first way. Alright, if we lose this one, we're gonna do something else just to get a bunch more points versus trying to double back up to like 200. Yeah, Concerned Ape rigged to be green 75% of the time. Yep. Well, that's what I was like. It's not just a little rigged. It's pretty heavily rigged. But it's still RNG. And you can still be unlucky and roll wrong a lot. Because, yeah, usually what happens is you'll take a bunch of wins and then get a whole bunch. Then you'll take like a loss, and then you'll take a bunch more wins, then you take a loss. It's usually the way it goes until you reach your desired amount. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Azrael, by the way? Another fantastic content creator. Does a lot of simulation games like your Farm Sim, your American Truck Sim, Euro Truck Sim, that kind of thing. So if you're into that, you can definitely find it over there. I know it's not half, but I'm just doing it anyways. What we're doing right now is we're gambling. And even a game heavily rigged in our favor, we're losing. You have to review another shop sim this year. You're gonna pull your hair out. You don't have to. I'm doing good. We've been making really good progress on the Stardew Valley Tileman challenge. But yeah, what I want to do is I want to get the Scarecrow, I want to get the Starfruit, and I don't remember what the other thing was. It was like 4,000, I think, is what we needed. Like I said, it's once we get to like 500-600 and you take a win, just that fast. This whole thing actually. You know what we're gonna do? We're putting it all in. I'm gonna do that again. Because genuinely on one of the mini games I can win this much. Just doing one of the other mini games. So let's just, if we lose it, we just do the other mini game, we get like the, 180, 200 we'd get. Okay, so now we're going to drop back to the half of the amount strategy. I just figured if we're gambling for less than I can get from a minigame, I might as well work on another minigame. Alright. Anytime we're below 200, we're betting the pot. Okay. But yeah, so you can see each time we get a win with it doubling up, it ends up going just a really long way. You suck, game. Again, rigged to be 75% chance of winning on green. But this is taking this long. We're just struggling. Because that's part of why they have Sam down there, is Sam's meant to be a hint to be like, yeah, this thing is definitely going green, so you know. You should bet based on what you got from Sam. There we go. Because you get like 2-3 wins back to back at any meaningful amount, you're just done. Yeah, now you lose. I mean, that's not unusual. Because it ends up being a thing where you have like 2,500 and then you just take the win and instantly get, you know, you just clean out the shop. Alright. So just gotta win one more time and then we got all the money we need for everything. Which means we lose, of course. Alright, we're all done, I believe. That's normally how that goes, that later part where you win, you lose like a couple. Right, so it's 2,000, 3,000. Right, that's the thing. So the star fruit, or star drop. That permanently boosts our stamina. You found a star drop. Your mind is filled with thoughts of money. Your maximum energy has increased. I will take the rare crow. Thank you very much. And the glow ring. Thank you very much. And we can go here and first ring. And with that, let's get out of this horrible place. Oh, we can see. And if I go over here... I would say we had some stuff over on the edges. We finished the learning the lesson about gambling? Yeah, we should definitely do it because it's very easy to make lots of money. That's what I've learned. Well, not money. Points. Oh, foraging strength because of the burger. Alright, so we did get a scarecrow. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to place it anywhere useful, I don't think. So we put you there for right now, and it'll help at least a little. You should definitely do it when it's rigged. Yes, that is a lesson. When the game has been rigged in your favor, you should gamble. To be fair, it is still gambling. It's just gambling with really good odds. Yep, 10 tiles for the star drop. But you still technically could lose. It's just the odds you lose are pretty low. Yeah, no, each of the star drop gives like 10 tiles. So there's a pretty good chance we get to Clint on our next harvest. But we will need to go to the beach for the fishing rod for the recycling machine. $14 now in total, you are close. Yeah, no, I think we'll get pretty close to Clint's front door. But I think we will need the next harvest to actually get to the desk where Clint is at. And then with that, we need to get it to where we can't, you know, solidify our ability to get the sprinklers.
which will weirdly enough require me to fish. Because I'll need the recycling machine for the refined quartz, because I believe realistically we're not going to be able to get the batteries from the lightning rod in any meaningful time frame. Unless you can straight up buy the batteries, but I don't think you can. I know in Coral Island we can buy batteries. Just like go to the lab and just buy them. I don't think anyone sells the batteries in this one. I think you need the lightning rod. And then you get a decent number during like the summer. Because that'll be a real good thing to get the sprinklers and that going. And it appeared I wasn't allowed to put the scarecrow on tiles I didn't own. Which makes a certain amount of sense. Okay, so we go to town. We sell the bok choy. We can't. Pierre's not open today. So we don't buy another bok choy seed. We just sell this here. Oh, we can put some fertilizer down there. Do you have to buy the town mines as well? Yeah, we're just not going to do the mines. Like, if we do anything in the mines, we will go to the mines and just use stairs to go straight down. We're not going to be doing the mines. We're going to be buying our ore from Clint. But considering the money we're making, that's not going to be that horrific. Like, the acquiring land to just make a bunch of money is going to be where the biggest cost is. When we do the scene where we get the fishing pole, we are going to skip the scene. You're right there. You're right there, Clint. You're so close. Yeah, our character's like this. Clint, just bring the ore right here. Just bring the ore right here. Look, man, I just need to bring it a couple feet my way. Out of context, it sounds wrong. I mean, it's Clint. Anything around his existence sounds wrong. He's like, I want to be nice to someone sooner or later, but I don't want to talk. Please tell Emily I care. Alright. And it is payday. So, what we do today is we get the tiles to get to Clint. And I'm debating whether I then dump a bunch of money, I buy some ore for the purposes of trying to get the sprinklers happening, or
if instead of buying the ore, we beeline to the beach, and we use that to just get our fishing pole, so that, like, we're not gonna grind fishing to get a whole bunch of stuff there, but we're gonna have to do some fishing to get ourselves at least enough levels for the recycler. And once we get the recycler, we can start turning these CDs and other garbage into refined quartz, and I'm probably just gonna have to deal with those sprinklers. Really, Automod? I don't know, that seemed fair. It's totally fine to let that through. But that seemed like a fair one. Recycling is fishing for? Yep. That said, that's not that hard to get. We actually already have recycling 1 despite not having the fishing pole. Oh wait, I didn't water everything. I was like, how am I here before everything's open? Right, we didn't water everything. Yeah, because we definitely want to get those sprinklers going. Now, I do suspect what's going to probably happen is likely it won't let me put the sprinklers down on tiles I don't own, which does mean where I've got these, I'm going to have to go the occasional gap in these rows to buy room for the sprinkler, which I think is a reasonable thing for them to have done. So you can't just, like, cheese your way buying it around the tiles too much. And I can honestly certainly see, despite being able to skip buying a lot of these tiles, just buying these tiles to make it so I can walk around without getting stuck on the terrain and have to do, like, weird pathing forever. But we'll worry about that later. Alright. Because definitely wanting to start planning, like, with the expansion, like, how much does it cost for me to buy a sprinkler, and then the 9 tiles to place, you know, get the sprinkler, and the tiles surrounding it for planting in. Alright, so we know, I think we need 2 bok choy seeds to fill in all the areas we haven't gotten yet. Okay. But that'll be really nice. Because once we do that, we get the sprinkler sorted out, and I can just slowly expand the farm out. Where we'll figure out, like, how much it costs for me to make a sprinkler and to unlock those tiles. And every time we get that amount of money, I just grab the next 9 tiles and clear it. And then just keep going for it. Okay, so we got 20,000. Hey, stopped it. Yeah. People are so judgy. All right. Alright. So. Too lazy to mine your own ore? No problem. Alright, so you can buy copper, iron, gold, and coal. I actually do have a little bit of coal, but we'll need extra. So, let's check our recipe. To make a quality sprinkler, I need 1 iron bar, 1 gold bar, and a refined quartz. So if we go to you and shop, 1 iron bar is 1,250. 1 gold bar is math I don't feel like doing in my head. And then there'll be 2 coal to process those. And then we just need the quartz. And the next move, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hey, tell me you'll buy this algae for 19 bucks. 3,750 for a gold bar? Yeah, so that would mean what, like about 5,500 for both the ores. Oh, you're buying it back at cost? Done. Oh wait, never mind. Actually, take that back. Give it back to me. I actually do need that. All right, so we don't get to visit the beach today. That's okay. We got our ore. We got our coal. And now that I've got ore, Clint shouldn't come by and be like, I see that you've got some ore. I'll give you a blueprint for some smelter. Please like me. I just need to be liked. There. And where was it? Oh, the second one was over here. Smelter, I hardly even know her. Clint definitely doesn't know her. Is Clint that alone? Clint comes across as... So Clint likes Emily. And Clint has 0 spine and is incapable of ever interacting with Emily in a way that isn't awkward. And he never gets better about it. He is a very frustrating character to be around. Oh. One moment. Does anyone have one of them battery packs? My TV remote died and it's a real hassle getting off the couch to change the station. Pam. Yeah, it's like, it's one of those things that, like, Clint is kind of a character that you can be like, oh, yeah, Clint, you know, you feel bad for him. The thing with Clint is just really kind of frustrating because he ends up acting really creepy at times and a bunch of other stuff there. So it is definitely one of those things with Clint that you're like, man, Clint, like, you want to feel bad for Clint and that's like, oh, come on, Clint, like, you're okay, buddy. But then he gets all, like, creepy and kind of sleazy about it, and you're like, alright, Clint, buddy. There's a certain point where you gotta be responsible for your own nonsense. Clinton's Clinton's into Emily, but not actually a good person always. No. He even makes comments that are, like, kind of negative towards other people and all that. How much is these tile costing now? Still 1,000. It'll stay at 1,000 until I unlock 1,000 tiles, and then it'll jump to 10,000. Oh yeah, trash. Like winning the lottery. If your prize is trash. Did Spring Dance screw you up? I mean, no, we couldn't get to it. Spring Dance, we're just not going to be getting to the Spring Dance. He is He is way, or the spring dance is way out there. Okay. Wonder why that one got caught. Smart detection was like, aha, this person asking about Tileman is clearly up to no good. It's like, no, it's okay. Hello, let's see, I have a question about Tileman. Have you changed the tile price of your tile? Yesterday you started, your tiles are very expensive. Our tiles are up to $1,000. So we're playing on tiered settings, not classic settings, but we have not adjusted the price. Because you have the standard settings is it starts at $5 and it goes up by 5 every tile. And then you have the tiered settings, which is it starts at $10, and then after 10 tiles it goes to 100, after 100 tiles it goes to 1,000, after 1,000 tiles it goes to 10,000. So I want to say the classic does end up a little bit more expensive, but both are pretty appallingly awful. You read a few times it was like, this message is fine? Oh no, you're good. I was kind of sitting there the same thing. I'm like, what is Automod going on about? Yeah, that's their beta where it's trying to guess messages that might be an issue, and that is not been very good in my experience. It has not worked great. Because every single time it's popped, it's been like, no, that's an utterly benign message. Like, at least the actual automod thing, not the machine learning detection automod thing. Like, the actual automod, it'll be like earlier, we had tongue-in-cheek was said, and it was like, tongue-in, sex-based term. It's like, okay, that's not useful, but I do at least see where you're going with that. It's not anything that was happening here, but I can at least understand how you got there. But then that beta thing, it's like, I don't know what you're seeing that I'm not seeing Automod, but I don't see a plausible path of this being a problem. Yeah, the tongue in made you giggle, but you get where it's coming from. Yeah, no, exactly. It's like, okay, I can definitely see a context where that's a problem. Like, you know, the first two words, like, yeah, it's probably not one you're gonna run into in the wild, but definitely one of those ones that you're like, yes, I can absolutely see where that'd be a problem. All right, Dragon Rose, you have a good one, and thank you again for tuning in. Alright, so we have a decent number. Alright, let's see. We got one extra bok choy needed down there. So whatever number of bok choy I'm selling, I need that plus one in seeds. Okay. So once we get the fishing pole, then the next thing I gotta figure out is we didn't trigger the quest for the smelter by just buying the ore from Clint. I didn't miss that, did I? It might be that I actually need to hit level 1 mining. Might be what the actual criteria is. So it might not actually be getting the ore. You might be hitting level 1 mining that kicks it over. Which means needing to access that. Right. Because I need 20 copper for the smelter as well. That's right. I forgot there was that cost on top of it. Because it's, to make the smelter, it was some number of stone and 20 copper. Like, I think maybe like 50 stone. Alright, so let's sell these. So I need, this would be 18, so 31 bok choy seeds, because we had the one extra. So let's grab those first. And let's plant these. Not 41? 18 plus whatever? Like 12? I mean, I'll find out if I'm wrong here in just a second. We're already most of the way here, so we had one way down here. Oh, it's that row. You're gonna need more coffee? You're right. Yeah, no, it's all good. Oh, we did grab... It's fine. I grabbed one too many anyways. That's fine. I'm sure we'll need more of those anyways. Okay. So I've got 3,000. So let's see if realistically I can get the fishing pole with this. Because if we can get the fishing pole, we can start working on getting that level 4 fishing I need to get the recycler.
Hey, stop it, yuck! Hey, stop it, yuck!
Alright, so I got enough for... Yeah, so 3 tiles would definitely get me there. It's not a matter of that, I don't have a fishing pole. Okay, and I need to skip the scene because... Ah, no, it still kicked me down here. Boo. Well, time to exhaust herself. Fishing. It's time to get rendered unconscious. That was the reason I was trying to skip the scene, is I was hoping it would kick me out up there. Basically, the entire scene was just basically Willie being like, yep, just got back from a whole lot of fishing, you know, almost 3 years ago. Not trying to say you've been ghosting me here, but you have. But yeah, so we're trying to get to level 4 fishing. Because I need the recycler. This is also going to be a primary source of trash. And as an added bonus, we can potentially get, you know, treasures and all that stuff that we find on occasion. It's going to be really rough right here at the beginning because we have level 1 fishing just because I found a book. The good news is fishing level's relatively fast. I do not intend on just grinding fishing as a means of money. We're already at the point that using fishing as a primary income is not going to be as good as just doing our crops. See, every time you leave your farm and came back, it teleports me to the other side of your farm. And you didn't get away there. I could see running into with some of the not standard farms that they've had over the years. I could see some of those having weird issues. All right. Was it how to get there if you didn't buy the tiles? When we stepped on the tile, it gave us a cutscene, and the cutscene dropped me here. Which is actually a problem because now I can't get back. So we need to stay here till we pass out. And then we'll wake up back at the other place. Yeah, so Willie just basically gives us a pull. You chose the forest farm, you'll try the standard farm? Yeah. Basically, at the place you walk onto the farm, if that tile is obstructed, or anywhere you walk onto it that the tile you appear on is obstructed, it will have a tendency to teleport you to just... It's not a random spot, like I think it's a set spot, but ends up telling you to, like, teleporting you to 0, on the tile or whatever. Like a specific location that just is the fallback if everything goes wrong, which unfortunately usually traps you. It's not like we got tons of money to lose. Actually, to that note, that might end up being a waste, but if they're going to go rifle through my pockets and take some money, I'm going to buy a tile I'm going to want later anyways. Because sooner or later we're going to need to get into Willie's place there, and I'll need that tile to get there. So, because it takes a percentage of your money when you get knocked down. So by knocking down my money before the percentage hits, I've reduced that. That probably wasn't a good use of money, but on principle, I don't want to give up the money freely. $10% up to 1,000. Yep. So we changed it from $100 to about $25. Alright, that's a level in fishing already. So that should put us at level 2 out of the level 4s that we actually need. It's so weird. I distinctly remember when I first played Stardew, you would just run out of endurance every time you went fishing, that you'd end up... You wouldn't eat almost as many fish as you grab, but you'd end up eating a good chunk of the fish you were fishing up. Just in the effort to be able to stick to fishing. So it's kind of like you'd fish at a loss for the first couple of days or whatever, till your skill got really high. Alright, so there's our first geode. You found a geode. The local blacksmith can break it open for you. Who knows? There might be hidden inside. Alright. Yeah, no, I don't... Fenria, so far as what's going on with that. The other question would be, like, you know, of course, like, other mods you're running. Are you running, like, Stardew Valley Expanded, Ridgeside Village, or any custom map mods or anything like that? But with the standard farm, I didn't have any issues. The only one I had is I snuck into, I bought the tile, like, not directly in front of Pierre's door, but, like, just off by 1, because I could get the door at the diagonal, and when I left, it kicked me out to the side. But I just had to then buy the door directly in front of Pierre's and that sort of. But that's the only time I've gotten teleport, like, into the abyss, as it were. and it is because the tile was trying to put me on was inaccessible. What's a Tileman challenge? If you notice there's a grid here, I can't walk on any of these tiles on this grid without buying it first. Like, we're kind of on top of one now because a cinematic dumped me here. So this is kind of a weird exception. But basically, for each and every tile of the map I want to use, I have to buy it. And the price is up to 1,000 now. Okay, well that I'm going to go ahead and eat. And keep fishing. Because we'll just let time pass us out, because that gave me a bonus to fishing. Let's take advantage. While we're stuck here. Because we can't get home because the cinematic dropped me here and I don't have a path back, so... No sleep till we pass out and end up at home. Okay, that's a cool challenge. Yeah, no, it's pretty rough. But good progress being made. I think this is maybe a squid? No, squid's winter. Whatever it is, it's pretty tricky to catch with level 2 fishing. That finally faked me out. Alright. Hey, Sherry, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Sherry Kind? Another fantastic content creator on the platform, plays a whole variety of games. Plays a lot of RimWorld, though, so if you're looking for RimWorld, that's a big thing you can find over with Sherry. But lots of good time over there. But that's not all they play. But something they do play quite a bit. We get a lot of people here who play RimWorld as well, just because one of the things we're kind of known to. Oh, playing Project Zomboid as well. Project Zomboid's another good one. But yeah, definitely good times over there with Sherry. Okay. Oh, I think I actually have a quest for an albacore for Gus. So we can potentially get that quest that we got like a year and a half ago. Does each tile cost the same amount? So the tiles get progressively more expensive, but it's based on the number of tiles you bought. There are 3 different settings you can choose. There is Classic, which every tile is $5 more expensive than the previous tile. There's Tiered, which is what I'm doing, which is the first 10 tiles are $10. The tiles up to 100 or $100, tiles up to 1,000 or $1,000, tiles up to 10,000 or $10,000, and I don't know if it keeps going after that, but it's getting properly scary. I've talked to you, right? The local fishing scene got a bit more lively. I might expand my shop stock. And then the last version is it's just how many tiles have you bought? That's the cost. That last one kinda would be kind of a nothing burger. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. But Classic, I think, is like the default intended kind of way. And then Tiered is a little bit more... I mean, it's interesting, because, like, what happens is overall the Classic ends up being the most expensive. The Tiered kind of jumps ahead, so it's like, when you look at it, the Classic starts out more expensive just overall, and then it tiers up, and then like the tier system jumps way ahead in expense to the Classic. But before you hit the next big escalation, the Classic kind of gets way ahead. But ultimately the Classic will be overall more expensive. Whereas it is one of those things that the the tiered one just because of that big jump. Will occasionally jump ahead of Classic in overall expense for a little while before falling behind again. So they seem to be relatively in line. You feel sluggish from overexertion. Can we get one more fish before we pass out? That's even better than a fish. Oh, it won't let me fish. Well, nighty-night, world. And there's fishing level 2, letting us make our own bait. I was expecting to start with way less endurance because we had stayed up too late. Well, I guess because we passed out, we don't start with the penalty. Either way, I'm not going to complain because I was worried about waking up and having to eat half my fish to finish watering the crops. Alright, we will drop off the bait. We'll drop off the trash. We've got a bunch of stuff here for a lot of this. Rual Storge. Someone dropped you off at the clinic last night. You passed out from exhaustion. You gotta take better care of yourself and go to bed at a reasonable hour. I billed you 24 gold to cover your medical expenses. Dr. Harvey. Okay. Alright, so with this, we're going to sell these except one of the albacore. Because the albacore I can potentially drop off with, I believe it was Gus. Drop off the disc. We could sell the seaweed as well. Level up stop the energy penalty for some reason? Interesting. I was unaware of that. Alright. So I'm guessing that Clint isn't going to show up here until my mining levels up. That's going to be a pretty hard one to make happen. Because normally you just get to the mine and you're going to get leveled up in no time at all. That's really not in the cards in the midterm. But what I could do is start unlocking more tiles to the farm. And then slowly break rocks here and there to progress that leveling. Because I'll occasionally get a stone here for me to break. But without the furnace, I'm not going to be able to smelt the ore. And I can't buy pre-made ingots. Now the other possibility is I just need to, the other possibility is I just need to get more ore. Because the smelter is 20 copper ore. Because if we don't do the mine, the other thing would be trying to go for the quarry. Curiously enough, what I actually might be more price efficient for the quarry would be to make our way to Joja and just straight up save up the money to buy access to the quarry and the fast travel. And by getting access to the two of those, I could probably fast travel to the quarry and then buy the tiles from there. The thing that's going to suck is I am going to have to buy access to anything I want to mine on the quarry. And I can get that hydrate here. Which you don't want to do in the short term, because I really do want to make sure we're growing the farm. But I am going to need access to a source of ore. So it's possible we go to the quarry. How are you progressing? Pretty good. I mean, we're making really good progress. We've got to the point where, I mean, it was knocking us down to about 20% of our stamina, which is why we stopped expanding the farm and started moving towards Clint. But we reached Clint. We got to the beach to start fishing yesterday, because we need to hit level 4 fishing. Alright, so before we do that, pop the trash cans just in case we get something to sell. Actually, for that matter, I've got a geode. Let's go run over here and go bug. I've already... Oh! I see what you're saying, is I'm gonna have to buy copper ore. He's looking for copper ore. Okay, well that means it's time to start pushing towards the museum, so I could drop that off with Gunther. Let's just buy... That's what I could afford right now. I was gonna buy the 20, but I could afford 1 till we can sell stuff. Yeah, so we're gonna need to make our way over the Gunther. That's probably gonna take me, I'd guess, 8, 9, 10 tiles. Because there's like the 4 or 5 to get to Gunther's door, and then, you know, the next 4 or 5 to actually get to Gunther. I wasn't paying attention to how much I just sold. There, we'll get a stack of 10. I'm certainly going to have more than that we're going to use before this is over. Okay. Let me go here real fast. We'll plant those, and then we'll go to where we can get a hold of the river there. And we can fish. Oh, it's probably just the 6. That's fine. Yep. Alright, so we just need to run over there. Because I'm pretty sure you get the most XP from just catching stuff. Yeah, so we got our 1 copper ore. That'll get us the blueprint. Then we'll have to get 19 more copper ore to go with it from Clint. Because you need 20 copper ore to make the smelter, as I recall. Okay. Like I said, we're trying to push for level 4 fishing. Because level 4 fishing, we get the recycler. And with that, we can start turning CDs and all that kind of garbage into refined quartz, which is what I need for sprinklers. Okay. And then once we hit level 4, I probably won't do any meaningful fishing for a very long time. I will likely set up some crab pots. Is it bad that I'm excited that we got stone out of that, with how hard it's been to get stone? Alright. You have tiles on resources to right. I have tiles on resources to right. Not sure what you're saying there. I don't own these tiles on either side. I can also get to the other spot, but like with Stardew, if I fish here or I fish the other place, it makes no meaningful difference. Because still consider like the same area. There's only a few very specific locations on the map that have their own like special cat trait. I think someone wanted a salmon as well. When you're on your farm, standard setting, grass stone, you don't need to buy the tile. Yeah, no, that's the thing, but I have to be able to reach the tile to be able to do it. Like, I don't need to own the tile, but I have to be in range to be able to swing my tool to, like, get the grass and all that, which we've been doing. Let's check some of these quests, because you wanted lobster, advancement, lost axe. Jody wanted cauliflower. Squid. Iron bar. Yeah, so Gus wanted the albacore. You wanted sashimi. You wanted a puffer fish. Okay, so the only one I see is the albacore. Which I'll just keep then in my inventory until we happen to see Gus out and about. Now you can try and do that. Hey, Aaron Burr, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Can we get a shout out for Aaron Burr there? But what were you playing? How did it go and all that good stuff? And welcome in, Raiders. We're just doing some sweaty try-hard Stardew Valley right now. And we are trying to level up our fishing. Playing some Project Zomboid, excellent. Solid game, good times there. Elliot, don't be rude, friend. Go around. I was here first. Just go around, man. Project Zomboid playing a custom map and wilderness survival. Nice. Yeah, we're doing the Tileman challenge in Stardew Valley. Well, first of all, if you're looking for Project Zomboid, you can find that over there with Aaron Burr as well. But yeah, so if you're looking for some Stardew Valley, we're doing a pretty sweaty challenge. You'll notice there's kind of a grid on the screen. Basically, I have to buy every single tile of the grid to be allowed to walk on it. The price of my tiles have gone up to about 1,000 gold per tile now. So if it ever seems like I'm just avoiding what makes sense, like going to the mine or ore, a lot of that is just why we're moving around the way we're moving around. But one of the things we're working on is being able to get sprinklers, and we finally got to Clint. And with accessing Clint, that gives me the ability to get ingots and ore and all that, because I just straight up buy them from Clint. But the thing I need is I need the recycling machine, so I could turn stuff like CDs into refined quartz. That way I can make the sprinklers. And the way you get that is hit level 4 fishing. And we just started fishing for the very first time yesterday in game. We're already level 2, but going fast. That's awesome. You're thinking about seeing if you can get someone to update the Tileman mod for build 42? Yeah, I'm curious how that'll work with a lot of the Project Zomboid. So far as like, I remember amphibian, ambiguous amphibian. Ambiguous amphibian? That's not right. No, it is right. It is ambiguous amphibian. I remember Amphibian doing the Tileman mod like in a YouTube video for Project Zomboid, which is interesting because it was every time he leveled up, which is really not. Was it every time he leveled up? Because it's really not that stuff. Like, it's really not that many tiles. Every time he killed a zombie. That's much better. I was trying to remember what the thing was to do it. Okay. So that would weirdly make you want to have the zombie populations plenty high so that they could reach you. But also you'd have the challenge of there's no maneuvering, so if you ever pulled too many zombies, you'd just run into the issue where there's no retreat. You have to fight. And Product Zomboid, you always have to backpedal to not get grabbed. Like, that's just when you're fighting, you are backpedaling if it's more than one zombie. And with nowhere to backpedal to, you would definitely need to make some of your early tiles about giving yourself some runway. Hopefully one that you can, like, make a circle or whatever. But again, making sure you can get those additional zombies. So weirdly, if you got yourself to the point where you got that walk-around area and you couldn't get anywhere, if you could manage to survive on foraging just in that little area until the helicopter showed up, that could be how you recover. But considering how much food would be a challenge, you would have to be able to forage, and there wouldn't really be that much room to forage. Alright, so that's level 3 in fishing. So we need just one more level. We've only had to fish, this is literally, and when I say like for a day, we're only fishing maybe half of the day or whatever. Well, I mean, half of the stamina. It has been a large part of the day. Alright, we're heading back because there's not much time. Let's see, foraging, you'd have to have silly stuff like restarting the client every time you find something to refresh the foraging nodes. Yeah, because I'm trying to remember back when he did that video. I think that was with the old foraging system, where you just go to a corner, you'd right-click and choose forage, and just basically was a timer. And it would just run, and then eventually you'd find all the stuff, and that spot would be, like, dead till the next refresh on it. Because I remember doing that right before Build 41 dropped. And just kind of sitting there, you know, that was like right before Build 41, I was doing 16 times pop with respawns, which don't do that. It's a mistake. It is objectively a mistake. We'll chuck those away for right now. Yeah, we could sell the algae. And I had spawned, or I had gone to the warehouses right below where Louisville would be added, which is a very high pop area. And I did the whole thing where I got to the second floor, and it was just every single day, go downstairs, and just carve out a little area just enough so I could go into the corner of the fence line and forage to hopefully get enough food to survive the next day. And then, you know, by the time I woke up, it's all overrun again. And just kept repeating that until my weight got so low. It's like, I gotta make a line to try and get to the river to get some fishing done. Which is kind of the beginning of the end.
Hi there. Good morning. I noticed you've been breaking some rocks open and finding ore. That's good. If you want to get the most out of your ores you find, you'll need a furnace. Just so happens, I have an extra set of blueprints lying around. Here, I want you to have them.
You learned how to craft a furnace.
The furnace allows you to smelt metal bars. The bars can be used for crafting, construction, and tool upgrades. When you've smelted a few copper bars, consider having me upgrade one of your tools. It can make work a lot easier. Well, okay. I'm heading home. Take it easy.
I have a tree directly in the middle of my yard. Alright, we got another acorn, so put that right back where we got it. And another one over here that I'll almost certainly accidentally destroy with my scythe. Just got some items in stock. A deluxe fishing pole and some bait you can attach to it. You can use the bait to make fish bite faster. Hope to see you soon. Willie, please, you are literally the only person who fishes in this entire community. I am very broke. I am very, very broke. I really need this. Willie. Alright, there's a bok choy. Chuck you down there. There's a bok choy. Chuck you down there. And we start the process of watering all our crops. And it won't be too much longer till we'll start using sprinklers to do this. And not me having to water all my crops by hand using the least upgraded rain pail possible, because we only recently, like, literally Clint meeting us today means I can get metal bars. We are almost on year 3, because that's the way this challenge has been. It took us to winter year 1 to reach Pierre's. Which was the beginning of actually being able to pick up the pace. Until we were able to reach Pierre's near the end of year 1, the way we had to make money was we would find a bunch of dirt with a hoe, and we would plow again and again and again, looking for little bits of clay to buy ourselves tiles. You know, it was about 5 clay per tile, because that was back when the tiles only cost me 100. So it took a lot of work. Imagine going for true perfection. I mean, you could do it. It's one of those things that as we get along in the game, our ability to make money just keeps going up. And as people kind of, I mean, as you mentioned earlier, like, the individual tiles, sure, they'd get to tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands. But, like, there's only a handful of places that you really need to spend a lot to access. Going to Ginger Island and getting the golden walnuts would be utterly obnoxious. That's the one where it's like, oh yeah, it'll give you 25 tiles if you finish it. I'm like, right, but it's going to cost me, like, 600 or 700 tiles to get there. So, you know, getting a fistful of change thrown at me at the other side is not going to make up for it. And then the Skull Cavern, you're just going to go in there with all of the staircases pre-made and just drop down. That's how you're doing that. Yeah, no, hitting the end of the volcano would definitely be a rough one as well. That'd be a good couple hundred tiles. It'd definitely be a rough one. Oh, hey, a rock. That's the first time we got to break a rock in a long time. Been a long time since we got to smash a rock. All right, how much do you cost, Furnace? 25. All right, well, we got 19. The volcano maps are randomly generated too. Yeah, doing one big swoop. Since the tiles won't stack unlocked since the map is not permanent. Yeah, the question is how the mod handles that. The mod does seem to be reasonably considerate in that, like, for example, the festivals where they're just like... Wait, what did you say? Looking for a handsome young man to bring me a walleye. What? Why do you gotta describe it as, like, needing a handsome young man? Would you just be like, hey, I need a walleye? So, like, if Willie brought you a walleye, would you be like, sorry, it's not what I asked for. Sorry, I said a handsome young man, and you're not young. Okay, so Gus isn't there today. I mean, I'm probably late enough. Gus is already back at the bar. Okay. So, it won't do me any good to buy the copper right now, because I need more stone. Bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real badly, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back here in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. Alright, and we are back. Let's see if we can't knock out that last level of fishing real quick. Because we can get level 4 here, then we will be able to get that done. We also have the possibility of getting geodes, which have a chance of giving me stone. I believe we could straight up get stone out of the treasure thing sometimes. I think it's a pike. I think pike was fall. And we got Fisherman achievement.
Thank you Nerf Winter for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you Nerf Winter for Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate it. You only get one of those a month and you used it here. Nerf Winter indeed. Overpowered. Am I right? We'll get a little bit of money from the fish. I'm not too worried about that. We want to get this last level of fishing for right now. Get that level 4. Because then we can get the recycler built, which I'll have to figure out where we're getting stone from and all that, which True, great place to lurk? Well, thank you. Where I'll just have to figure out how I'm going to deal with getting the stone. Because eventually I definitely want to move my way over to the mine. Because even if we're not going to the mine to do a whole bunch of levels and all that, we'll definitely need to go in there and staircase our way to victory. Well, actually, what we can do is if we head in the direction of the mine and instead detour to Robin, I believe I can buy stone and wood from Robin directly. And that's probably going to be the play. Now, unfortunately, I do think Robin's probably going to be 30 or 40 tiles away from us, from the nearest path we have to get there. And so there's not really a way to get that to go faster. The good news is each time we're harvesting our cranberries, we are getting about 20,000. Cool, a geode. And what I probably also need to do, let's not do any major spends for the rest of this in-game season. We've only got 6 days left. So we're going to get our, whatever harvest we're going to get left. Maybe, well, if we're lucky and we get a harvest on the cranberries the next day, maybe 2, I should be able to get 2 harvests of cranberries out, as far as, like, my main set. The bok choy, again, it'll be the same thing. If we manage to get a harvest the next day or 2, I have enough time to put down another set. Okay, we definitely want to use that. Because that'll make it a lot easier for me to catch fish and get the treasures and all that. But yeah, so try and get that. So hopefully we'll be able to get about 30 to maybe 50,000, all depending on the timing and all that. And so that would be really good, because that would be enough that, well, we're going into winter, that's right. So winter, I can't really grow much. Winter will be a toughie. For income during the winter, I could just do laps in the farm, just plowing everything up. It's not really what I'd like to do. We're probably going to go into hibernation for a lot of the winter, unfortunately. I also don't want to sit there and just slam out fishing all winter, because theoretically one thing I could do is if we just ground that out and did fishing, that'd be an income, and then on top of that, when we max out fishing, I get, I think it's a free, like, 10 tiles. But I don't want to do that, because that's a lot of fishing. Like, and it gets real tedious real fast. And I definitely know if I grabbed a mod to make it bypass the fishing minigame, people would be like, hey, that's cheating, which, you know, it is. But also the fishing minigame gets very tiresome after a while. It's not a bad minigame, and I've 100%ed the game, done all the achievements with no modding or anything like that before. Like, I've got all the Steam achievements and everything. But definitely just spending the entire winter just slamming out fishing until we hit level 10 fishing for the 10 tiles. Sounds utterly obnoxious. Hey, the river isn't tiled. Time to carve out a canoe from a felled tree and traverse the waterways. Now, I believe you actually do get fishing XP from the crab pots. So if we get the smelter online, I could see... We wouldn't be able to get to the river here, which is a bummer. But I could see being a thing that we put the crab pots along any water we can get to the edges of. And we just make it a point to check them regularly. Because it will give me a trickle income so far as XP goes. Plus, we'll get the stuff out of there, and then the best part is they give me lots of trash, and that trash is what we're going to make sprinklers out of. You complete weekly fishing quests? This is true. If I do have access to the body of water... Didn't they have a fishing quest here? Oh, nope, so that's... Both of those are to go into the caves, and I don't have access to that. Yeah, no, if it's, we do get the bulletin board that gives us what the fishing quests are, like, hey, the, you know, whatever, the catfish are out of control, or whatever fish is. If we can get to that body of water, that would be worth doing. Because those usually pay you an extra, and a lot of those kind of quests give you extra bonus stuff on top of it. They also give you the tickets for doing Mayor Lewis's, you know, lottery thing. And low-key, I believe you can get stuff like iridium sprinklers and that from that. So it'd certainly be worth trying to get that. I think he also gives you, like, scarecrows and a whole bunch of stuff. Like, there's actually quite a few things that'd be hard for me to get. That, if we have the opportunity, we can snag those. Alright, so we can start wrapping up this part. Yeah, and I'm glad people have been enjoying this challenge. I was a little worried about doing it because I knew the challenge was going to be very, very grindy at the beginning. And that as we've gotten farther, you know, Now I'm not just digging dirt, I'm able to actually grow the crops and water them. We're very close to being able to make sprinklers so that I can start expanding the farm while also reducing the amount of manual labor I need to do on the farm. That will just go through and like buy a tile and just little by little convert it all to using sprinklers. And once we can start expanding out there, that should help me slowly get the fiber. Yeah, manually watering is very grindy. It is. I don't know, like, the manually watering doesn't bother me nearly as much as dig up the ground, fill in the ground, dig up the ground, fill in the ground, and then getting, you know, $40 a day doing that versus, you know, putting in 4 days and then getting 20 grand out of it. I guess the reward makes it feel a little less grindy because at least you're like, you know, I did this and I got to get, you know, 16, 17, 18, 19 tiles all at once every 4 days versus getting a tile roughly every other day. Alright, that's going to be it because we need to still get home before we pass out. Like, and also, amusingly enough, just standing there fishing I find to be more grindy as well than the manually watering. Even though the fishing can be very lucrative in its own right. It's just you kind of sit there and you just stand in one spot just doing the same thing again and again. Whereas at least watering and moving around. Even if it's the same pattern each day. Okay, so grab you, and you, and you, and you, and drop you off, and you. Just double checking. We don't have... Yeah, we do have planted. Cool, cool. Alright, so we'll drop off our garbage. And I just realized I have what I need. Oh! Okay. So... Right, and that only gives me 2. Alright. So put you in there for a moment. That gives me something worth making... I mean, we already chucked the fish. It's fine. Hey, Invasiplex, it's good to see you. Yeah, so we can get the better quality fertilizer. And that'd be another thing to do, is as we get sap to make fertilizer, go out of our way to catch at least enough fish to make the better fertilizer. Because that would just give us that much better yield on the rest. So the good news is, because this harvest is today... So the bok choy, if we'd harvested tomorrow, I'll get 1 more harvest out of the bok choy and 1 more harvest out of the cranberries. So that's actually a really good thing. Because that's kind of the most we can get out of this there. Because I'll get 2 harvests before the season's over. Now with that said, chat, though, it is getting to be about that time that I need to be calling it a night. Because I'm getting low energy. Because this is my normal wrap-up time. So I'm going to not push my luck too hard. But I do really appreciate everyone tuning in on stuff. So don't forget to drop the follow if you're over here on Twitch. If you're over on the YouTube side, don't forget to like and subscribe and do all that stuff. I will be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST. Most likely to just continue this challenge and all that stuff. And thank you so much for that follow. Obviously, if version 1.7 drops, we'll do that instead. But in the meantime, I'll just keep this challenge going basically until 1.7 drops. And I think that's going to be the plan for like this week worth of stream and all that stuff. And I thank you so much everyone who was hanging out here earlier for the sponsored segment where we did Spacecraft. We did have a lot of fun with it. I'm actually very impressed by the game, even though the servers are basically actively on fire. We did do the playtest earlier today. We did it for about 3 hours. And I would say the game seems really good. The gameplay loop seems really good, but the servers were also screaming in agony and we were getting disconnected every 10-ish minutes and all that. So, like, the game did well. We didn't have any issues with the game so far as crashes, performance issues, or any of that on any real substance that I saw. Except the game servers weren't handling the load of people playing the beta and all that and were crashing constantly. Which all that, like, the good news is we would only get set back a couple seconds every time we got disconnected, but it was a lot. We were getting disconnected, again, every 10 minutes. So we played for about, like I said, around 3 hours, and then went, you know what? Let's just play Stardew Valley. I'm kind of getting tired of being disconnected. Regardless, you know, I did very much enjoy the game, and I even said that once the servers settled down where they're not crashing from all the love, I do think even for the playtest, I would play more of it. So it very well could be a thing. We'll see around Stardew Valley and all that. Depending on how long the playtest is going, I might do another day where we play that with the intention of playing that. We'll see. With that said, what I'm going to go ahead and do is if you're over on the YouTube side, the stream is going to be ending in the next couple of minutes, so thank you so much for tuning in, but the stream will be coming into an end over there. I don't have a host planned, but thank you so much for tuning in over there. And for those over here on Twitch, I am going to go ahead and toss up the ending stream screen and seeing who I can find to